Hello. This is Kevin without Wit ME. Channel rebrand still being considered. Today we're going to try something. I've gone back and forth on if I want to actually record this game or not. I have quite a few of the games from this company. They're psychology quizzes. That's the best way to say it. It's not a serious thing. It's a game. They do a little bit of psychoanalyzing based on how you answer questions. Back and forth that I've had with this one is that reviews seem split. Some of them are saying this game's nowhere near as good as the other ones. And, the game might ask some awkward questions. The reason I'm for recording this one is this is the first one that has a narrator. Because I can't be arsed to read all the questions. So, obviously we're here. I'm going to record it. If it asks anything too absurd for me to go rambling and ranting about, then I'll just silently answer the question. How about that? Anything TMI is what I'm talking about. Other than that, I don't know. We'll try to have a discussion about it. This is definitely an experience where I'll be focused on what it's going on about. And I'm also a bit wary because a lot of people said they refunded it and it was no good. So I want to stick within that 2-hour window for this Let's Play, just in case it's not worth the money. I have refunded a game from this company before, but only one. And you see all of them that I liked, so we'll see how this goes. Intro, about 2.5 minutes. It's not terrible. But yeah, I literally started the intro outside the game just because I'm being time conscious about it. So we're going to go ahead and pop you into full screen, leave the volume alone. Actually, that's not true. I want to reduce the clicking noise. 80 will be fine. Let's go. What sound effects is the voice? That's unintuitive. I didn't want to turn the voice down. Already off to a great start. Let's reboot the game because I don't know how to go back to the title screen. These games are pretty simple. And I don't have a keyboard, so that makes things even harder. Alright, fine. At least they got it in there and warned me. Dim lights, play the dark. I am actually doing that. So, congratulations. It's not really a horror game, though, right? The other ones haven't been. It's been like aesthetically horror, but they're not horror games. So a lot of people were just complaining about overuse of AI. I haven't been offended by that yet, but I very much like to be deliberate with AI use. Like, I obviously don't think AI music is competing in the same field with standard music. So, I don't like to be caught off guard with AI.
Wanderer, you have not arrived here by accident. Even when we tell ourselves we choose the path, some paths choose us first. You may call this a game if it comforts you to do so. Others would call it a reading, a ritual, a conversation with what hides beneath your own skin. The questions you are about to hear are not a test. They are instruments of reflection. They are keys, shaped like sentences, unlocking rooms of thought you rarely visit. Each answer you give will not be judged, scored, or compared. It will simply echo, quietly, somewhere deep within you. Think of this as standing before an ocean. You cannot see the far shore, but you can feel the pull beneath your feet. Each wave you face will reveal a truth you have carried for longer than you remember. You may feel a warmth of recognition. You may feel the chill of honesty. Do not turn away from either, for they are but the same thing, only wearing different masks. When I ask you a question, do not search for the perfect answer. Listen to the first whisper that rises from within. That voice knows what you've been avoiding. That voice remembers who you were before you learned to perform certainty. There will be many questions. Some will glance across the surface of you. Others will find the cracks in the shell you built to keep the world at a distance. Let them. They are not here to harm you. They are here to remind you that even your walls are made of stories that once kept you safe. At the end of this experience, the cards will reveal themselves. They will speak as if they know you, and perhaps they will. For the cards are not prophets. They are mirrors polished by centuries of human thought, reflecting what the mind hides behind the noise of living. If you listen carefully, you may notice the air shifting between each question, as if the world is leaning closer to hear your response. That is not an illusion. That is attention, the oldest form of magic there is. So take a breath, slow, steady. Let everything beyond this room fade into silence. There is no rush, no competition,
Little bit of a
no
rush.
expectation. Only the rhythm of your own awareness and the voice that carries you through it. By the time this reading is complete, you may not recognize yourself in the same way. That is not an act of loss. That is an act of discovery. And discovery is all that truth ever asks of you. Now, place your hands where they rest most easily. Close your eyes if you wish. Let the veil thin around you. Let the questions come as they are meant to. Open your mind as one opens a door to dawn, and let truth enter quietly, taking its place within you. We will begin now.
So, I mean, I do a lot of psychology work on myself. It's a constant.
Do you ever feel like you're still waiting for your life to begin?
Yes. So the question is, can the game find something I don't know about? Or is my doing constant work mean I have more awareness of where my weaknesses lie? I will tell you, the frequency in which I find new information about myself is never a solved thing. It's always more layers. Yes.
Have you ever stayed silent to keep the peace when you actually wanted to scream?
See, that's an interesting question. Because I don't necessarily get the proper severity of emotion where I want to scream when I should. So the answer is a no because of that.
Do you often forgive faster than you feel you should?
I don't feel that I'm someone who forgives, per se. I forget, but I don't forgive. It's difficult to explain, because I guess most things I'm like, I mean, it didn't really matter enough that it's even a question of forgiving it or not. But I mean, people who actually wrong me, no. I guess I've just been wronged seriously enough that I can look at a lot of things and be like, all right, it's not on that level. I don't know. No?
Have you ever mistaken comfort for love?
Yeah, growing up. The longest relationship I had was it was like elementary school, so calling it a relationship may not even be proper, but it was definitely a comfort situation. There was nothing there other than a little bit of mutual dependency.
Do you often feel responsible for other people's emotions?
Hmm. Thing is, I'm not sure that I'm necessarily. See, I don't even know how to say it. Saying I'm not aware of other people's emotions isn't correct. I focus on motivations, intent, behaviors. I don't. Not as emotionally focused, but probably I'd say I try to diffuse things more often than is logical. Yes.
Have you ever pretended to be fine, just so no one would worry?
If we count me, myself, under the one, yes.
Do you feel like your kindness is sometimes mistaken for weakness?
I'd say that the answer is yes. But again, like the other one, I'm not explicitly trying to be kind. I'm just unbothered by way too many things. Yeah, it's definitely exploited. It's maybe my dissociation, not my kindness.
Have you ever felt invisible in a room full of people?
That's an interesting question, too. Because I spent my whole time growing up trying to be invisible. So it's like that would have been a positive, but I never actually felt truly invisible. I was too focused on the process to even gauge what the result was. And I don't know when the last time I've been in a room full of people is. Like hospitals, room full of doctors. But I mean, clearly I'm not invisible because the only reason they'd be in the room is for me. So no, more so I have issues of feeling too visible, which is ironic considering the way I actually am in reality without trauma is I like visibility. So, no.
Do you find it easier to care for others than it is to care for yourself?
Hmm. Again, it's one of those questions. It's like, I think a lot of the motivation I have in helping others is to distract myself from myself. So, yeah. Because I don't look at the world and be like, how can I help? Per se. So, yeah.
Have you ever stayed somewhere long after your heart had already left?
Yeah, I've wanted to be out of my hometown my whole life. And I'm still here.
Do you fear losing people more than losing yourself.
Yeah, probably. I guess, yeah, I can't really explain my thinking here, but I know what the gut instinct is, and it's yes.
Have you ever chased closure that never came?
I don't know. Is my whole medical saga that? I don't know that that's closure, that counts. That's healing. It's not just answers. Huh. I guess, but I don't know. I haven't particularly looked for answers as to why XYZ is happening to me, so I'm more just looking for solutions. So I don't think so. The word closure, I don't think that is correct.
Do you find yourself drawn to what hurts you?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, like I don't know which videos I may or may not have talked about it in, but I have childhood trauma, of course. Everyone does these days. It's about my personality being condemned and punished, and out of that came symbolic fantasies. And yeah, I definitely cling to that, as well as the whole personality of trying to be invisible. It's definitely a wish to understand it, if not necessarily repeating it. Like I want to understand my trauma mask, and there's definitely been risks of practicing it and reapplying it because the childhood trauma is better, easier than medical trauma of suffering as an adult. So yes.
Have you ever lied to protect someone from the truth?
I don't know. I've been ambiguous and not been honest about my perspective. So it's like I don't know if I've ever lied about hard facts, but that's not. At this point, I think I'm trying to stretch the answer to say no. So, yeah, hiding my perspective, I'll say that is a yes. And truth, whatever, I'm not going to sit here and argue the meaning of truth.
Do you believe that some wounds never fully heal?
Obviously, it means psychological. We're not going to go into medical spiel. I don't agree with that statement, no. I think I got some pretty crazy, psychology wounds. We're not counting like mental illness that's like inherited here, because that's not relevant to me personally. So I'm gonna say no. I've made some good breakthroughs, restoring my personality, not just keeping on the trauma mask and hiding away. So no.
Have you ever missed someone who wasn't good for your life?
Huh. What emotion relates to missing someone? I've definitely suffered the isolation. When you don't have enough friends and one of them leaves. Do I necessarily need the same person back? I don't know. I don't. I'm gonna go with no for that. Because I don't think I've explicitly missed someone who wasn't good for me. Just the kind of the role they sat in, best friend.
Do you often feel more tired emotionally than physically?
Oh, that's a difficult question for me. As my issues are more cognitive. Cognitive would fall under physical, so no.
Have you ever let go of something good because you didn't feel worthy of it?
What I mean by cognitive is literally just I have a brain injury. My brain burns out, and then I'm just like suddenly exhausted. It's not from doing emotional work generally, more like, I guess, playing strategy games, trying to study stuff that doesn't have an emotional connection to it. So that's how I'm doing that one. But this is the next question. That would imply that I already had something to let go of. There's definitely things I haven't chased, so that's already pushing me toward yes. I'm trying to think of what I'm even referencing, though. That's the gut response. And I know in the past, I used to downgrade my computer. Like, I'd be like, oh, this graphics card's faster than I need. And like, I'll just, I'm going to put all the effort in to get $100 back, get the cheaper model. And then I feel pleased because I don't have, like, the nice one. So, I think there was more to that than getting the money back in my pocket. Yes.
Do you ever feel like you're performing happiness rather than feeling it?
That's hard to say. Because, I mean, I think I sound cheerful. I go between cheerful and monotone in my videos. It's my impression. But, I don't really feel emotion terribly strong. But I'm not performing it either. It's just like my default. I mean, I get hyped. I hype myself. But hype and happiness are different. Like, maybe not. No, they're not. No, they're not different. Hype is just a type of happiness that can be quickly dashed away. It's an expectation happiness. No, I don't actually. The only performing that I've done is just trying to be invisible.
Have you ever envied someone who seemed effortlessly at peace?
No. In fact, I regret being too effortlessly at peace myself. I'd envy people who are more intense and able to call upon anger.
Do you sometimes feel like you're living the same day on repeat?
Yep, medical conditions do that.
Have you ever hidden a part of yourself because you feared it wouldn't be accepted?
Well, we've already admitted to that, haven't we? I don't know how much I'm doing it in the current day, but it says ever, so yeah.
Do you believe people can truly change?
The gut answer is no, because my view on psychology is that we're born with a certain personality, temperament, all those things. Frequently traumatized to lesser or major degrees that force change. Different use of the word. So the positive change that people can make is only in restoring what was. I don't think you can change into something else. And yeah, trauma's not the only thing that can alter you as you get older. I mean, illness. But no, I do not. But by the same note, most people don't need to change. They just need to recall themselves and then find their place.
Have you ever wished to start over completely?
I do ask myself that sometimes, and the answer is no. I'd be terrified of losing the life experience and knowledge I have. I feel like, I can heal what's going on, physically, mentally, whatever. And then everything I've learned will be a damn powerful guide. A lot of people go through life without any kind of guidance, goal, whatever. So no, I wouldn't want to start over.
Do you ever feel things more deeply than you can explain?
Trauma is a way of clarifying things. Just to loop back on the whole change thing, it's like there's much easier ways to clarify your relation to life. But I don't know how available they are in the modern day. You're talking like community related stuff. Do I feel things more deeply than I can explain? No, actually. I don't believe I do. It's too much the way I feel things is just symbolism. One thing I am working on is figuring out, well, if I ever had a deep, like, emotional effect. And two, if it's recoverable. I don't feel things very deeply.
Have you ever apologized just for being yourself?
To myself, maybe. It's not anytime recently. I'd say I'm generally pretty straightforward. Yeah. If I'm up against a task that someone wants me to do and I obviously can't do it, I'll just say I can't do it. I'm not like, I don't apologize about it. It just is the way it is. It's like, it's the thing. Like I said, my trauma, it was about my personality being condemned, but I never apologized. I just avoided. I don't know. It's like, it just feels like this is a different concept to what I did. No.
Do you believe everything happens for a reason?
I mean, this is implying like some type of divine or guidance, purposeful thing, not just like a material explanation, right? I'm gonna say no. I don't. The everything is significant too, because I still, I think there's still a chance, there's some divine stuff going on in the world. I don't think that a divine entity would see a need to have everything planned. The systems are designed and they run a certain way, and systems being the forces of nature and biology and all those things. I don't think it's all pre-planned. I think there's too many systems that kind of just interact with each other and affect outcomes. It's not planned, not purposeful on a grand level.
Have you ever made yourself smaller to make someone else comfortable?
Well, yeah, we've admitted to that multiple times. I don't know that it's explicitly for any one person, just group, peers at large, and authority figures. It's a yes.
Do you ever feel nostalgic for a time that never really existed?
Not really. A lot of the communities I've been in online, there's people who are always super into history and reenactment, or glamorizing the past, and I find it frustrating, if anything. I'm not a nostalgic person. Even things that I personally used to love, it's like I don't usually swing back to them. So, nah.
Have you ever pretended not to care when you actually cared too much?
Again, the problem is the lack of caring. I don't feel it like I should, so no pretending necessary.
You feel more like an observer than a participant in your own life.
Yeah, that's for sure. Definitely with the medical. I mean, I can't make any headway on it myself. I've always been about finding the advocate or the one person who will help. Which sucks, because I mean, I had another medical thing back in 2011 and 12, and I was the one who found the cure for that. And got well, I found it, and then we've had to figure out someone who could prescribe it. So that was more of a participant role, but with a spine injury, there's no DIY, and it's been just years of this. DIY research, sure, but participant and learning, I don't. I see those as exclusive. I'd say this is like, are you observing? Or are you acting? And observing is the true one. So.
Have you ever loved someone you knew you couldn't keep?
Considering the earlier question, it was comfort. It wasn't love. No.
Do you believe it's possible to be both broken and whole?
It's probably a pretty good description of where I am right now. So yeah, sure.
Have you ever been afraid of your own potential?
Yeah. I said, growing up condemned, all that. It's like, I was told, that I was too charismatic, like an instigator or a future gang leader. I believed that. So yeah, that like, the reason I made myself invisible growing up was partially the fear of influencing others to go like off course or get themselves into trouble. You got to think about this in the simplistic way that a kid would look at it. It's like it didn't want to get other people in trouble or ruin their life, whatever that even meant at that point. Distract them from their schoolwork. Like, so yeah, that's an afraid of my own potential kind of thing. And just that meeting the potential would lead to a lot of punishment. Being outspoken, somewhat confrontational at times, and other times most times just trying to build a crowd, a coalition. These are things that drag other people into trouble, all around, and myself included. So yeah.
Do you often dream of disappearing for a while?
I said, growing up, I was about being invisible. But, I always liked being around people, eavesdropping, really. Vicarious socializing. Disappearing implies, I don't know. The answer might be yes anyway, though, because I don't know how much I've gone into things or where I've gone into them at this point in the channel, but like I said, the trauma created like a mask that had a repeating daydream that practiced it, and that was all about going off like alone into like, what would you call it? Like snow-covered landscapes. Yeah. And then sometimes I'll fall back and think, oh, that means I want to have like an isolated job out in the wilderness when I'm better. So I guess that would be a yes for this. Though there's a certain horror element to that. It's not like I don't know, there is and there isn't. So I don't know. Yeah.
Have you ever felt guilty for being happy?
Uh, I can't really think of an example for that, so no.
Do you believe the heart remembers more than the mind?
Clearly, all the psychology work I've been doing, dragging up memories and things. The body definitely remembers things that the mind is hiding from you to keep you on course. So the brain's all about energy efficiency. It doesn't want to distract you or inspire you to change direction in life, but the body still remains stressed if you're not addressing things. So yeah.
Have you ever sabotaged something good before it could end?
Not sure if I've successfully done it or for the purpose of sabotaging. But there's definitely been times with friendships or relationships where I spike, my kind of cringe outlandishness, basically to test, like, is this going to be tolerated? And I definitely go beyond where I actually am. I do like a hyper version of my personality. It feels like sabotage if I think about it. So I'm going to say yes.
Do you find comfort in routine, even when it feels like too much?
I think with the sabotage, I'm wanting to affirm that my personality will be condemned by just intensifying it to such an extreme degree that it can't not be. The thing is, I don't think that's actually successfully sabotaged anything. I think people are just like, yeah, whatever. Or that's cool. It's like, it is either appreciated or it's just, just one data point amongst a ton of them. I don't know. I don't find any comfort in routines, no.
Have you ever avoided the truth because it would force you to change?
I mean, yeah, obviously, if I'm pausing, we know what the answer is. I'm trying to think if I have more than one example for this. Yeah. Do I want to talk about it out loud? Over reliance on health metrics, heart rate monitoring, because I don't trust myself to feel when the cognitive impairments are coming on harder than usual. It's a problem. Cognitive impairments is the worse it gets, the less able you are to be honest with yourself about how bad it is. So I default to using a heart rate monitor to figure out if I'm pushing myself too much at any given time. But that's based on a previous understanding of my illness where we were at a point in time we thought that my heart rate was physically like doing it, like causing the symptoms before we found the spine injury. So I'm being overcautious and have a rule that's stronger than it needs to be. And I know I can lighten up on it, and I'm not. And that's the thing I'm currently struggling with. because I'm trying to just protect my brain from further damage. So it's like I can lighten up, and that would be the change, but I don't want to because my self-preservation instinct and the need to hold myself to very like high standards, not the right wording, but hold myself to strict rules. I haven't talked about this in any of my series, but like with the whole self-isolation thing growing up, I was punished for my personality. So I basically just was like, all right, I'll just avoid all socialization. If you don't like a good bit of it, then I'll just take the rest of it away. Hold yourself to stricter rules so that no one else can ever punish you. Is that enough description to make sense of it? Or do I have to detail that? The answer is yes to this.
Do you think love and pain are often two halves of the same lesson?
And basically, other people punishing you is unpredictable. So if somebody puts out a set of rules, no matter how obscene they are, I'm going to end up giving myself a stricter set of rules to like absolutely guarantee that I'm not violating the external set. So, yeah, I've gone through this with AI, and I realized before the AI even like said anything, rules themselves are a form of punishment. It's like that's one of the things. Like you're growing up, like you're told the rules when you violate them. Like I mean, I don't know how to describe that properly. That wasn't it, but that's the big problem with trauma is you become your own enforcer very quickly. Any kind of ongoing traumatic situation, you very quickly become the chief prison guard of yourself. I don't know how to describe that so that anyone who can't relate understands it. And maybe we'll swing back to it with some of the later questions, but let's move on for now. I'm going to say yes to this because I'd say one of the key ways you know if you love someone is your willingness to heal the relationship and recover when things get painful. Instead of just cutting it off. And then again, if you reverse it, there's a lot of pain in not wanting to cut it off when the love goes one way. It's like a lot of love is knowing when to stick by someone. There's pain if you get it wrong, and there needs to be pain in order to test it. That's my answer right now.
To avoid thinking too much.
Yeah, I'd say so. Sometimes these videos and recordings I'm doing are exactly that. Staying busy thinking to avoid thinking about other things, but it counts.
Do you sometimes confuse peace with emptiness?
It's probably the only understanding of peace I have. So clearly. Yeah.
Have you ever wanted to be understood more than loved?
But yeah, you heard me talk about my fantasies of like empty landscapes. What other peace is there? I don't actually know. Understood more than loved. Probably. I guess. Because I don't know how someone can effectively. There's multiple parts of love. And people can love you without understanding you, but I can't help you with your growth. if they don't understand you. They can comfort you, which again, back to that again. I mean, you can get a lot without being understood, but my priority would definitely be with having potential for growth being provoked over love. So, yes.
Do you ever believe your dreams are trying to tell you something?
Yeah, I'd say so. I don't dream very often, but there's consistent patterns in there. Mostly of unfinished business and then just basically trauma flashbacks to hospitals. Trying to tell me something, yes. I don't know about. I wouldn't say teach. Yeah, I'm thinking. There's definitely certain things where it's the dreams are maybe offering different ways to relate to things. Or just being like, this situation doesn't make sense and you're not going to figure it out type wackiness. So I guess so. They definitely tell me where the unfinished business is.
Have you ever grieved someone who is still alive?
Yeah. Checking back in on a lot of the people I grew up with. There was a while where I was telling myself that I turned out the best, but that was before I got stuck in what's now who knows how many 4+ year long medical emergency, spine brain injury, all that. I've definitely grieved people. I don't know anyone who's no one I grew up with has gone on to improve. I mean, maybe we should improve. Nah, that's too harsh. No one's gotten to adulthood without trauma. And a lot of them ended up in real bad situations. And I'll just say, people I'm still talking to and remained in touch with, you're doing better than the people I'm not still in touch with. But, yeah.
Do you ever feel older than your years?
Yeah, even growing up, anytime I'd make a self insert character for myself, it was always an old man. So, yeah.
Have you ever felt insensitive for laughing at an inappropriate time?
Yeah, it's usually about my own misfortune. But yeah. You can be insensitive to yourself. That's well, I'd say I'm working on it. AI says I should work on it, but I don't think I understand the concept well enough to be at that level where I'm like, all right, let's do that.
Do you believe you've met everyone you were meant to meet in life?
Oh, I hope not. But yeah, the whole insensitive thing, like, I'm more zealous about this than most people say, and there's no body and mind split. The body or the mind is part of the body and built by genetics, all this and that, and then still psychologically, I want to separate and be like, my body's at war with my brain, with all the medical stuff going on, like. So I'm definitely insensitive to myself. Maybe there's some level in there where I take a satisfaction in my body being like punished. I don't know, like that sounds like it's going into like BDSM land, but no, it's not. Just like I mean, it's literally just the most basic sense, like petty shit, like I don't know, not drinking enough water type stuff. I don't know. I do drink enough water, but I don't know, man. Like, I'm someone who likes the concept of revenge. It's like, how am I supposed to get revenge on my body without getting revenge on myself? It's like an unsolvable puzzle. And that tells you that I clearly have some insensitivity toward myself because I'm not fully owning every part of myself. The answer to this question is no, as we said. Darkness.
Have you ever hidden behind humor to avoid vulnerability?
Yeah, I mean, just because I catch myself and then try to swing back into it now, I mean that's basically just proof right there that I've learned that I do that and try to correct it. Problem is, I actually find the things humorous.
Do you often feel like you're running out of time?
Yeah, I mean, same with the medical. I'm suffering brain damage. Need to get it fixed. Been in an emergency, so yeah, there is going to be a point of no return where it's like, all right, we stopped the decline, but you're going to be living your life in a nursing home. Like, problem is, I'm running out of time and I don't have the clock, so I got no idea what the timer is. It's like,
Have you ever stayed awake because you were afraid of having nightmares?
yeah, no. Said I don't dream very much. My dreams are mostly boring or just trauma flashbacks, but those are pretty rare actually. So, eh.
Do you think people notice how much you hold back?
Yes. I said the over restriction, self preservation, trying to slow the clock types of thing. Yeah, I get called out on that.
Have you ever feared happiness because it never seems to last?
Not really. I don't relate to that question, so no.
Do you believe loneliness can become a kind of comfort?
Yeah, personally and outside of the personal. It's a way to avoid unpredictability, is what it really is. It's funny, this is almost the same question as do you find comfort in routine? My answer for that was no, but my answer for this is yes. So the wording
Have you
is
ever missed a
important.
version of yourself that no longer exists?
The vibe of the question is as important as the actuality of what's being asked. Different answers. Missed a version of myself that no longer exists. See, that's funny because in my psychology work, I've basically been restoring my original. I mean, I definitely feel, like I feel like I was born with some natural skills and they've just rusted. They still have to be like, that's not psych work at that point. That's just like practicing skill set stuff. So, yeah. Though I wouldn't say the version of myself doesn't exist. I wouldn't say there's any version of myself that doesn't exist. Like, there's one version of yourself, and then there's some layers of masks. You can kind of take them off, put them back on, but I don't know that anything ever stops existing. The vibe of the question, I want to say no to that. So I don't feel like anything's ever permanently been taken from me, personality wise. Again, I wish I knew what my emotional effect was growing up.
Do you often replay conversations long after they've ended?
Nah. Again, I just go based on the vibes and the conclusions of things. I don't go over exact wording or how I could have worded something different or any of that. It's more just, was that any ever gonna go anywhere? Or was the conversation just noise? And like doctors who promise they're gonna help. No, so I'm not like analyzing the conversations. I'm more big picture than that.
Have you ever mistaken distraction for healing?
Hmm. Yeah, because I mean, honestly, we've talked about it enough here. My childhood trauma has been a distraction for healing more recent traumas. That was one of the conclusions from one of my longest running like AI chats was basically like, stop talking about this. You're going to reimpose trauma you've already healed. You're just wanting the trauma because you've already proven you can beat that one. Basically, it's like I wanted to trade in the current situation for an old situation because I knew I could fix that situation. So yes.
Do you think silence says more than words sometimes?
Thing is, there's parallels. So I mean, that's what I really needed to understand was the parallels between my traumas, which is really just pointing out things I'm vulnerable to, or how the new trauma makes me want to put the old mask back on. Like the whole rules thing, that's the connection. Whether it's school staff imposing rules or just medical, medical stuff imposing activity limits. I always try to take it stricter to avoid the. I want to be the one dishing out the consequences if anyone is. I don't self punish until you include the rules themselves as punishment. Silence say more than words. I blanked out and didn't even hear the guy say that. So. Like I know people are uncomfortable with silence, and I probably am. But I ain't learning anything from the silence. Not really, because I mean, you don't know the reason for the silence. As long as someone's talking, you can gauge emotion and vibe. Silence, in person, sure, but you can gauge certain things. But it doesn't say more. I'd say it can be equivalent.
Have you ever felt at home somewhere unfamiliar?
Yeah, generally feel more at home in the unfamiliar. It ties again in with the routine. Do you find comfort in routine? It's like, no. In a lot of ways, looking at myself and the world and the country, it's like I'm just wanting like maximize the unfamiliar because the familiar is bad. Like, we need new variables that can shake things up. So I mean, I usually feel comfortable in the potential of the unfamiliar. Yeah, that's kind of my default actually. So I'm always seeking out unfamiliar and weird.
Do you believe timing can ruin something meant to be?
Timing can ruin. Uh, I don't know what you mean something meant to be. I mean, you can definitely get to things too late. So I guess, yeah. I think this is kind of re-asking one of the earlier questions, just worded differently again. So it's like, yeah, things can be ruined if they're too late.
Have you ever felt undeserving of peace?
not really knowing what peace is. Yeah, I mean, I would say so, yeah. Like, I feel responsible to put my past to use to accomplish something for the world. Not necessarily for the world, but it's like I owe it to myself. If I'm gonna have suffered this much, I want to do something of some significance in order to find satisfaction in that. I don't want to just like have it over and done with and get away from it. I'm not the type of person who would retire to like a quiet life. Be like, oh, cool, all my trauma's behind me. It's like there's kind of been a battle because the default assumption is you save other people from suffering the same thing or make a better world for your descendants so they won't suffer the same thing. I'm just like, yeah, I'm more personally driven than that. And it's not just revenge. I always default back to it being revenge, but it's not like I want to go after the specific people who wronged me. It's like more just people of that personality or type, you know. I can cut off that line of manipulation some way. Get some laws passed or influence policy or politics so that certain crimes and things can't happen. But it's not necessarily to protect anyone or to explicitly punish. So I don't really get what it is. But either way, I guess, yeah. Because I feel like I need to have the non peaceful goals. I don't know.
Do you often sense when someone is pretending to be okay?
I mean, if it could be accomplished peacefully. I guess the way I understood that question is just, I wouldn't retreat to just like a simple life. Something significant can be pacifistic but not peaceful. That's kind of different concepts. Or collaborative, not combative. I definitely see myself as someone who works better collaborating than challenging. But again, that's not interchangeable with peace. You sense when someone's pretending to be okay. I think so. Yeah, I mean, I don't got a story for this one, but yeah.
Have you ever tried to become the person someone else needed?
I mean, I'm always trying to look for things that aren't okay to fix. But, so yeah, I guess so. I tried to become someone, like for someone else. Not in the. No, we're going to use positive and negative as like additional and subtractive here. I don't try to become what somebody needs, but I can try to delay or hide parts that conflict with what someone needs. But no, I'm not gonna like morph myself.
Do you believe in second chances?
This is kind of like the forgiveness question. It's like, not really. Like, everything's kind of a data point in my understanding of someone. Sometimes I reevaluate and I'm like, all right, now that I'm outside the moment, it really wasn't what I thought it was. Knee jerk response. But if someone actually did do something like against me, then no, I don't do second chances. I give myself a second analysis, is how I would say it. I'm not changing the judgment on the other person if they actually did what I think they did. Like, I'm challenging my understanding, not the judgment of that type of behavior and what it would mean going forward. you can probably see a pattern from a lot of this that I'm very internally driven, very relationship focused, but it's always coming from me, going expanding outward, not like looking at expectations of others and coming at me. Like that's the interesting thing. With my psychology, the whole being condemned growing up, most trauma literature says that builds a whole shame complex on guilt and all kind of things. And it's like, no, I was just trying to avoid punishment. Like I didn't think I was like broken or defective because of the things I was being condemned for. I was just like, all right, this isn't a safe place. Like dramatically different. Yeah, maybe not in presentation, but as far as it comes to healing from it, it's like there's not like shame I have to undo.
Have you ever avoided mirrors when you didn't like who you were?
No. Again, it's like I don't even necessarily take psychological ownership of what you can see in the mirror. It's like I don't really have a perspective on myself per se. And out of all of the things everyone's told me throughout my life, I favor the positive, the compliments over the insults as far as appearance goes. So I'm just like, all right, well, there's enough people who seem to like how I look. I must be good to go. So nah.
Do you think transparency and privacy can coexist?
Oh yeah. I've gone on rants about this in multiple series lately. Industria and the one I'm currently recording, The Invincibles. I think maximizing transparency is the way to maximize privacy. Because when people see all of the contradictions and every part of the evolution, they can get confused about what the current and most relevant is. We're being secretive, you're going to get caught out. People are going to find your secrets, and they're going to know what's important because it's the thing you're trying to hide the most. So, yeah, I think transparency and privacy have to coexist.
Have you ever smiled through something unbearable?
No, I'm not much of a smiler. Not really.
Do you believe we meet reflections of ourselves in others?
Yeah, I'm not sure I've met my reflection. But I mean, I see parallels between other people enough to know that there's parallels of me out there. And we're definitely never alone in our traumas. I've seen people with similar, psychology, so on. Just not the base personality per se. I mean, I don't think people are as complicated as we think we are. And there's enough people in the world. There's going to be a lot of people like us. So yeah.
Have you ever been afraid to want too much?
Afraid to want too much. That loops back to that other question again, and this is one of them where the vibe of this is going to have me answering the reverse of the vibe from the other one. I'm not afraid of wanting things because I don't care. But, I don't fear disappointment. No.
Do you sometimes wish to unlearn what life has taught you?
No. I mean, my previous medical stuff has taught me how quickly you forget about pain and suffering once that issue's gone. So, not really. And this is again, it's the reverse of the question earlier about wanting to start over. However, this one, even though the vibe of the question is different, I am giving the same answer. Nah. I'm afraid of unlearning.
Have you ever loved someone who didn't love themselves?
I don't feel like I'm capable of that. I get frustrated with people who can't embrace who they are. And that frustration gets in the way of any love like that. So.
Do you believe closure is something we give to ourselves?
Yeah, it really has to be, doesn't it? You have to give yourself permission to move on, and you're the only arbiter of whether you have enough information to say that you've learned what you're going to learn from it. No one else is going to do that. You always think that there's going to be something more unless you catch yourself.
Have you ever been told you're too sensitive?
Not emotionally. Should I explain that? Like, I have issues with fabric and clothing. Right, sometimes the seams bother me or the material. But that's not what this is asking for. I'm also pretty temperature sensitive. But that's not what it's asking. No, I've been told the opposite.
Do you
Too
think you know
cold.
yourself fully?
Nah. Self exploration is, again, something you can go on infinitely for. You have to give yourself the permission to say that you know enough for whatever you're currently doing, or whether you don't know enough for what you're currently trying to do. But no. The subject, the brain, is very resistant to learning and very much likes to forget things. You can never know it all at once, let alone probably learn it all to begin with.
Have you ever hidden joy out of fear it would be taken away?
I know it's asked this question before, too. So I'll say people in the reviews were saying that a lot of the questions seemed AI written and not up to the same quality levels as the other episodes. I'm not feeling that there's anything wrong with it. So I don't know. I haven't encountered anything that I would say is below the quality level of the other games at this point. I appreciate the improved production quality of having a narrator who's not AI generated. So, I mean, yeah, the art I'm sure has some AI assistance, but it's been that way for a while. Have I ever? Nah. Well, there is something I have where I feel like I get unusually excited about things and then catch myself. I don't know why I'm catching myself though. It's a fear of being observed, feeling too much joy. I mean, not really something that happens too often anymore with the situation, but I don't know what the fear is. So I'm going to say yes.
Do you believe your younger self would be proud of you?
This game is finding some blind spots in my self perception. I haven't had any revelations yet. My younger self. I don't know. My younger self didn't really have any goals other than avoid punishment. Honestly, I mean, depends what age bracket you're looking at, but pre-adult Kevin didn't have any long-term goals. Just don't get punished, carry on until you can get home and play video games, to chill out enough so you can carry on other days. It's like, I think younger me would just be confused. And then, I don't know, if you looked at me like early adult life, no. But I mean, it was part of me where I was like, all right, I solved a huge medical thing and that could never happen again. I got through it. That me would just be disappointed that I couldn't DIY myself out of it.
Have you ever mistaken silence for safety?
Clearly.
Do you believe people reveal their truth through small details?
I don't know, because I don't know how perceptive I am to small details. No. My gut instinct is no, but I'm not sure I understand the question either.
Have you ever felt more alive in pain than in peace?
Yeah. I mean, pain's the crucible that forces you to evaluate yourself. And that's where you're most connected to yourself. So, yeah. It says, have you ever? I'm slowly coming around to changing that perspective, but it's definitely one that I've had. Still hold to.
Do you think that sometimes people fear honesty more than rejection?
I mean, if the honesty doesn't come with rejection, then I don't know. It's not asking about me. Yeah. People don't want to hear things that make them reevaluate themselves. And there's definitely things you can say that would hurt worse than rejection. Not hurt as in, like, deliberately trying to do harm, but hurt the consistency of their self image, provoke cognitive dissonance. Rejection's actually pretty easy to process in some regards, because oftentimes someone will just justify that you're in the wrong, you didn't understand them, something. It doesn't threaten their self image. Depends. It's not a universal either way with that. Honesty can stick harder because it's not as easy to justify, you know? I don't know.
Have you ever pretended to move on when you hadn't?
Again, pretended to who? To myself? Sure. Well, I mean, the best liars believe their own lies, so I guess so. We'll go with yes.
Do you believe you're deserving of complete and total forgiveness?
And then again, the thing I was thinking about was the childhood trauma, and I've since returned to it, thought that I hadn't healed from it, and then realized I had healed from it, and I was trying to re-wound through it, so I don't even know. We've already answered the question. I'm confused. Complete and total forgiveness. It's like, again, I'm not sure who I would be owing the forgiveness to other than myself. And it's either a blind spot or I'm just so strict with my rules and so on. But yeah, I mean, I'd say yes.
Have you ever mistaken guilt for responsibility?
Well, like I was about to say, I don't know what things I would even say I feel guilt for that would need forgiveness. I mean, anywhere in my life that I picture there might be some guilt, it's more of a fear of like rejection or something else. I think the way I'm answering this stuff making me sound kind of psychopathic, but I'm unemotional and I don't feel guilt. Oh no. That's literally why I'm playing this game today. So, I mean, because in my Invincible series, I was asking something and I was like, is that psychopathic? But then I also concluded, nah, I'm too naive to be a psychopath. So, psychopaths are master manipulators, not the manipulated. So, I don't know. I should check if that's actually a true statement. I mean, who knows? I mean, the vast majority of psychopaths aren't out there doing anything wrong anyway. They're just focused on a mission. Yeah, it's like the 2% that are criminally psychopathic. Of course, there's definitely the like 10 to 20% who are in like the insurance industry and other exploitive type industries that aren't criminal. But yeah, I mean, I kind of want to go into banking. Oh no, I want to go into like a politics and banking type profession. And well, I'm condemning myself today. Whatever. If it's true, I'd rather know about it. But all the pop psychology tests I've taken said that I'm only like a half and half chance. Oh no. But people take those tests because they want it to say they're psychopathic. So if they read false high, we're talking like dark triad tests. People want to take those and get the edgy result. But I don't know. There is actually one thing in life I feel guilty for that I know for absolute certainty and can recall consistently. Let's phrase it that way. It's not mistaken responsibility, though. I'll tell you what it was. I was out at the shooting range with some friends, maybe a decade ago, and I kind of spaced out for a moment, and I scared one of the guys because I guess I started to like turn or rotate or something. He thought I was gonna like point the gun at him. Like, I don't even know how far I got. Like spacing out. Like this, the second I saw, he looked afraid. I was like, oh shit. Like, yeah, fix that immediately. Like, it's like making people feel fear is definitely something that I feel guilty for. So I guess I'm not a psychopath. I'm glad we can resolve that. Because actually, I remember growing up, that was something I was self conscious about, like how I was like tall and fat. So I was like, oh shit, I'm a big guy. I hope I'm not like intimidating people just being around them. It's like, so is that mistaking guilt for responsibility though, or is that just no? It was guilt. It wasn't fear because there wasn't any like consequence looming. So it was literally just I don't like making people feel that emotion. So I mean, yeah, the responsibility. I mean, my height and so on. I don't know. I guess maybe there was some guilt in there, and I felt responsible not to get like close enough to anyone that they could be intimidated.
I
Huh.
believe we are drawn to the lessons we need most.
I don't know if the height thing is really related to the childhood thing though. So I hope I don't have to reevaluate whether there's any guilt or anything associated with that. Because I mean that always felt unjust, fear of punishment and all that. But being like I'm tall and not everyone's tall, that was definitely a guilt type thing. And it's also because I was shaving my head for a couple of years there, so I'm like, all right, I'm a big, tall, fat guy with a, it's like a skinhead. Like, meanwhile, I was just shaving my head because my head itched. It's like, it's like having less hair made it better. It's so yeah, whatever. Drawn to the lessons we need most? No, I think we're drawn away from them by our own brain. You kind of got to fight to keep a focus on the lessons you need.
Have you ever felt unseen by someone who claimed to love you?
Yeah.
Do you think fear protects more than it prevents?
Well, now you're asking a question that goes right to the. Oh, no, I sound like I'm talking like a damn AI. Yeah, now you're asking the question that goes right to the heart of the matter. Maybe I'm the AI. Oh no. That would make me a psychopath by default. No, I think we've disproven the psychopath fear. I'm just not to the other extreme either. So I don't know. Why's that cloud got a nose on it? Alright, that's being distracting. The whole fear thing. That's kind of the psych thing I'm working on now. Does the fear protect me from, I guess, violating a rule? As much as you can say a medical condition has rules, limits, it's interchangeable enough. Protect more than prevent, though. How are those different? Like prevent doing the right thing or prevent doing something enjoyable? No, it doesn't protect. It just, you're changing what you're losing. And the fear is putting you in a situation where you can't properly compare the trade off. You can't call that protect.
Have you ever convinced yourself something didn't matter when it did?
There was certainly a long time it took me to get these medical issues checked out. So, yeah. Be like, oh, cognitive issues. I gotta improve my diet and go hiking more. Couldn't possibly be another medical issue. So, yeah.
Do you believe you are often harder on yourself than others are on you?
No, not really. I'm, I have a mix of being excellent at justifying things and forgiving myself. So, nah. Like, if I see something that I did wrong, I'm like, alright, that's a data point on, like, who I am and my personality and how I should, like, orient myself toward life and goals. I'm not, like, gonna do better and, oh, I'm broken and, like, I see things that people generally would get ashamed about. I see as like learning opportunities. Like clarifies, myself. And it's not, like I'm not at the point where I've shut all the doors. Like, if you get to the point where you've ruled out everything, yeah, then sure you'd be getting hard on yourself at that point. But until you get there, you're just like fine tuning and focusing in the life you want to lead. So no, no.
Have you ever avoided joy because sadness felt safer?
I mean, if you look at the music I've listened to over the years, not to bring back the whole psychopath thing, but listening to the music people make out of places of like depression and desperation has always uplifted me. Oh boy, I'd say it's catharsis though, because it's like recognition that I'm not alone, I'm not the only one suffering. I mean we live in America, so I don't know if you do, but I do. This you're in like a suburb. Not you. I'm in a suburb, and everything looks well put together. And I don't know about anything's actively joyful, but prosperous, and that's just very dissident with how anything is functioning here in this country. It's all just a facade. So I guess I look at joyful music and things the same way, where I'm like, they're trying to fake it until they make it. Where sadness is like, all right, cool, people relaxing and actually showing what's actually going on. So the answer is yes.
Do you believe you've already met your turning point in life?
Uh, I would say I've had multiple turning points. Well, I don't think there's just one, and I don't think I have any ability to gauge which one's the most significant. So, no. Life's full of turning points.
Have you ever been afraid of becoming your parents?
Hmm. Well, I mean, they don't watch these videos, right? I've tried, but. So, I guess I can be honest with this one, huh? What would the fear be? On one side, like a fear of everything, high anxiety levels. It's like, yeah, definitely. I mean, we've already been talking about my overcautiousness. So that would be a leaning toward a yes. On the other side, that one's harder to talk about. Can it? Hmm, it is harder to talk about. Disconnected, prone to outbursts, obsessed with stability. Kind of a ping pong between safe and definitely not safe, but without there ever being any actual violence or anything. I don't feel as much of a fear about that going that way. Parts of it, the disconnected bits. I definitely don't crave stability. We've gone through that. I'm definitely not willing to sacrifice loved ones for that. But the overcautiousness. I don't actually know. I guess. There's enough there for me to
You
say
believe
yes.
regret serves a purpose?
Hmm. Again, like I don't really have guilt or shame. I don't really have regret either. Because I can look at things like my delay in looking for medical care and be like, well, that was wrong. But then I understand why it happened enough. I feel like I get the understanding before I get the regret that would provoke you to find the understanding. Which implies that I don't need to feel regret in order to do the thing that its purpose would be. Because it's like it's part of the problem solving is to figure out how you got into the problem in the first place. Like, I don't think you need regret to do that because I don't feel regret. I mean, there's certain situations I like more, and it's not a guilt. It's how would I phrase it? Is guilt's close, but a guilt would be like, oh, I did something wrong to someone else or the environment or so on. But more just grief, actually. So, like situations where it's like, I felt terrible, but it's like, it's either the circumstance or like a self inflicted thing. Like, kind of, sort of. It's hard to say because I don't, you know, in fact, I don't really believe in free will. It changes a lot of my perspectives on things. It's like, I can understand what went wrong and why it was inevitable. But not believing in free will really clears out a lot of the guilt and the regrets because it's like it couldn't have been different. Or, it's like now I understand myself well enough to not repeat. But I don't think I'm actually like making choices and I made a bad choice. Like, the concept of choice. It's like I don't see the consciousness in it. Is what I'm saying. The choices are all about natural affinity, how you're wired, plus the information that you have access to and that has been transmitted to you, like, as well as what ongoing hormone levels and current biology type stuff. There's a lot involved, but I don't know where regret or like hating yourself or any of that would come into that. I mean, I guess you can hate your own biology. I kind of got a little bit of that with the body, constantly betraying me with all these medical problems, but it's not about life decisions. I don't think regret serves a purpose. I'd say it tries to, but it's redundant.
Have you ever lied to yourself to make it through the day?
If you count procrastinating, I'll do this later. I'll do this tomorrow. Yeah, sure. That's what comes to mind.
Do you think strength can exist without softness?
Without. Again, we're going into the realm of potentials. It's like, like the whole thing, like, does bravery exist where there's no fear? Does strength exist where you could get away with not using it? I mean, what is strength? They're leaving it up to us to pick one of the definitions. Is it like the application of strength? Yeah, I'd say yes. I think that's just making something more complex than it needs to be, especially when you're being vague using a vague word without any clarification. Softness is also similarly. See, you can be strong, which we're going to define as being above average, capable of carrying out a task, without softness, which we're going to define as some type of kindness or good intent. So, yes, you can be capable without having a positive intention. And you can still accomplish a good thing, too. Motivations aren't just kind and mean, you know? So, yeah, you can be strong.
Have you ever wished to erase a memory that shaped you?
No, and we've asked this a couple times now.
Do you believe pain teaches wisdom?
Yeah, I suppose I kind of alluded to my changing perspective on this kind of topic earlier. Now let's clarify what I mean by that, because the vibe has changed enough that the answer has changed. Pain demands wisdom, it doesn't teach it. You can get away with being unwise in a life with less pain. But pain does damage that only wisdom can heal. A lot of people have the pain and do not develop the wisdom to fix it. So the pain does not improve you through providing wisdom. And there's definitely people who can get the wisdom without the pain. They're not necessarily forced that they need it as a corrective force. I hate using the same word twice in a sentence like that, but people can definitely gain the same wisdom predominantly by reading and learning from the experiences of others without feeling the pain themselves, or just curiosity into a topic. So now, pain makes it more necessary and more difficult to acquire wisdom, which is why pain is bad. I mean, pain is literally the thing you feel. It's like for something you should be avoiding or that you're best without. There's no trick there that, oh, the thing that hurts makes you better. No, afraid not. On a species-wide level, yeah, sure, maybe pain filters out, like a Darwinian way, but on an individual level, there's nothing to filter. You are who you are, and you can be brought down or lifted up. Like, you're not getting better by being oppressed or pushed down.
Have you ever been the reason someone else healed?
I want to say yes. It doesn't make it true. Trying to think, who do I know who I would consider someone who's healed? Have I met anyone at a point where they need healing and then stayed with them through the point where they did heal? I don't know. I've helped, but this question's asking for something much more significant than just a bit of motivation, a bit of insight, a bit of relatability. Like, it's not just asking if you've been supportive to people. I think I've helped at least one person get over a relationship. Then again, am I the reason? Or was I just part of it? This is a very definitive question. It's not anybody who's watching this, I can guarantee that too. So it's not like I'll get that perspective on it. This feels too definite. Like, I don't necessarily know that we can heal each other psychologically. We can just open doors that other people may or may not wander through. But there's a lot of the process that they'd be doing on their own or doing with a variety of people. It's not just like a one-on-one type thing, psychological healing. Because, back to my lack of free will thing. It's like, that's how we influence each other, is we impart data points onto each other that we wouldn't have gotten ourselves due to either some conflict of life experience or personality. I don't think there is any just like, aha, you've healed me. Like, that's not like a thing that happens. So I think it's an absurd question.
Do you believe there's beauty in imperfection?
Yeah, I mean, I like abstract art and all kind of weird things. There's beauty in an accurate expression of emotion, and that often requires imperfection. So, yeah. And the art of the justification. You don't need to justify something that's perfect. So, yeah, sure.
Have you ever been afraid of peace because it felt unfamiliar?
Probably. I mean, like I said before, I really don't understand the concept. Uh, yeah. I don't know if there's anywhere in my life that I wasn't having some medical episode, trauma episode, or trying to make up for lost time, or chasing after struggle because I thought that pain brought wisdom and all that. Sure. It's interesting because I watch a lot of ASMR and so on. I've tried to understand meditation and such things. I feel a pull toward it where it's like it frustrates me that it's like I need to be able to understand this. And that's something you understand through, or at least that I try to understand through, like actually listening to videos and trying to follow along with guided meditations. I'm not like studying the theory behind it like I do with a lot of things. That's practice, and I just can't relax to any of it. Well, any of it is not correct anymore. I've found a couple things, but not repeatable, not easy. There's definitely I have a very strong resistance to positive affirmations and meditation and deep breathing and all that. I've worked through the disliking of affirmations. That was a fear of being manipulated. It's like, all right, it sounds like someone's talking me up, But definitely afraid of peace. Yeah, sure.
Do you believe everyone hides at least one secret truth?
What the hell is a secret truth? I mean, people hiding things from themselves more than in other people for the most part. Yeah, it depends. Like, what do you mean a secret truth? Hmm. Should I? I'm trying to think on if there's something I hidden. I've definitely been sitting on the whole rules and heart rate monitor thing for a while, but at this point, I've talked about it. I definitely have just some TMI like stuff I'm keeping to myself. It's not really a secret truth. I mean, it's just yeah, just embarrassing medical symptoms from the whole spine injury. But that's just me at that point. It's like I'm trying to analyze myself because I'm like, what generalized secret truths could there be? Well, yeah, I'd say a lot of people hide their perspectives on things because they're trying to not rock the boat. Yeah. It's kind of one thing that the internet has brought out of society is how a lot of people were, like everyone's pretending to like things they hate or have perspectives that they don't. Well, all of the same people have the exact opposite thing in reality. So the internet, like everyone's figured out they weren't actually weird, pretending to be normal. They were normal, pretending to be weird. I hope that makes sense, but yeah, sure. Why not? We're probably past our refund time, but the game's doing good right now.
Never mistaking attention for
I
affection.
don't think I would refund this. It's getting me asking or answering the right questions. The one game from this dev random studios that I refunded was one that tries to give guidance. That didn't work for me. A lot of it was positive affirmations. Nah, I want the games that let me think and then come up with my own guidance. Even when I'm doing like AI psych stuff, I'm constantly telling it like don't advise me on what to do. Like you can spitball ideas with me AI, and you can like help me visualize caricatures and fantasy characters that reflect the ideas. And don't tell me what to do. I figured that out. Mistaken attention for affection. Yeah. Might be one of those things where I don't necessarily know what affection is. It's unfamiliar. It's like peace again. And we're swung back to that.
Do you think love changes us permanently?
You know what? Yes. It gives kind of a hope that can't be completely destroyed. You know, like memories you can fall back on that I got this once, I can get it again. You know what I mean? It's like it permanently locks in that something is possible for you once you've had it once. So it raises rock bottom mentally. Yeah,
Have you ever looked at the night sky and felt both infinite and small?
not explicitly. I mean, usually I feel nothing. Like I'm not someone who really relates to nature and the world as such, like the I mean the natural world. I don't know. Is the sky part of the natural world, or is that just like landscapes and trees and animals and stuff? Like, I don't feel much looking at non-human things. Definitely had a very powerful experience once in my life where I felt awe looking at the stars. And I related it to, kind of being a person in a very long line of people who existed under that sky. Of course, I related it back to people. But like the kind of stuff you see on like sci-fi where it's like we're the one populated planet in this huge empty universe. Like I don't really feel that. It's like where the activity is, so I don't feel small. It's like, if there's nothing there, then it's not important. I guess I have a very much sentient being focused view of the universe. Not something I've thought about, so I don't know. It may or may not be a right statement. An infinite? I don't know why looking at the sky would make you feel infinite, so I don't understand that part of the question. I've not felt that.
Do you believe some people enter our lives only to leave?
Like, come in with false promises? Plenty of doctors have done that. Plenty of people have made promises, yeah. People who just go around taking on more than they can handle, or just seeing that is that a way to diffuse people. Yeah.
Have you ever held on to something long after it stopped holding you?
Dun dun dun. That's a ominous question. we'll go back on the heart rate monitor or something for that. Yeah. I mean, holding comfort. I don't know. What does holding mean? I guess so, though. I mean, growing up, I kept my stuffed animals longer than I should have. You know what? Screw there being a should have. I kept them longer than I knew why I was doing it. To become a force of habit. They weren't providing comfort.
Do you believe endings are just disguised beginnings?
What things can end without a beginning? Yeah, I feel like most endings are disguised beginnings. But all of them? I don't know. The fact that I see life on Earth, here as more important than what comes after, I'm going to say that's a no to this question. It's like, that is something new. But I don't know that I'd call it a beginning. And I come from a perspective of just not being able to predict what happens after death. I lean into reincarnation. Yeah, sure, whatever, new beginning, but I don't know. I don't know if I would even consider life and death as far as ending and beginnings go. Yeah, there's definitely people who they end part of their life and they never really restart in anything else, or the restart comes after a delay. So no.
Have you ever been grateful for pain after it passed?
Well, yeah, that's back to the whole memory. Would you want to lose a memory thing? I've learned a lot about myself during all these various problems I've had. So, yeah.
Do you believe that each day you are becoming someone stronger?
Someone more coherent as a person, yes. Stronger, no. I feel the clock ticking for sure, behind the not stronger. More focused, more coherent. So that maybe I won't waste time becoming stronger in too many things once I'm able to really start working on my education and so on, but not becoming stronger.
Have you ever doubted your purpose?
If I doubted it, not per se, but I've tried to come up with justifications for getting away from it. Or tried to pivot it where I'm like, yeah, this is still technically in line with it, but it is and it isn't. But I haven't doubted it. We're going to look at adulthood onward for this because, being a kid, you get all kind of weird lack of purposes and then sudden interests, and then it's like, oh yeah, that's just fantasy. Like literal. Like literal fantasy. Damn it, I feel like the more I say, the more I need to explain that, but it's an easy way to do that. I don't know, like surrounded by too much apocalyptic stuff growing up. I was like, yeah, my purpose will be being the last man on Earth. Like that's what I'm talking about things that shouldn't be taken seriously as your purpose. Yeah. But no, once I knew what I wanted to do with life, the like motivation behind it, and it was a realistic thing, I've not doubted it. I've just tried to figure out what angle to hit it from, or if I could do it like in the background. But I've never been like, oh no, I actually have a different purpose.
Do you believe most people wear masks?
Yeah, most people. A lot of people do. Most, however. It's hard to gauge, especially from perspective of someone who doesn't know too many people. I believe you can get under the masks pretty easy. Does that matter for the question? People are, I think, often looking for an excuse to take off the masks, is what I'm saying. You just need someone who's just willing to be like, no, well, not judgmental. I think it's the easiest way to say it. Someone who won't use yourself against you. I mean, that's a scary thing when you've lived in a mask for so long. Is someone else can see under it and then know you better than you know yourself. I think that's where a lot of fear comes in when people keep masks on. You don't want somebody who's telling you truths about yourself that you don't know. Like, it feels dangerous. But that doesn't really address this question now, does it? I don't know. I believe a lot of people are what they present themselves as well. I can't get a good gauge on how many people out there have trauma. I know it's not 100% yes and it's not 100% no. It's like, I mean, I'll say most people are forced to act inauthentically on a regular basis in one way or another. Whether it's like a complete mask, like a whole fake personality, I don't know about that.
Have you ever felt like your story doesn't belong to you anymore?
How do I address this one? Like you've moved past parts of the story? It no longer has anything to teach? Is that kind of how we're thinking this? Or like a loss of identity so that your past doesn't match up? There's definitely enough gaps in my memory where it's like people can tell me about things that happened and I'm like, okay, I don't relate to that. But it goes back to childhood. If we just focus on adult life, it does. I mean, but also if we're talking about like authorship, it doesn't. So I don't know. I'm vague enough on this. I'll say yes. Actually, I don't. Well, it's not trying to give the angle. It's whatever angle comes to mind first is what it's hoping for. It's vague deliberately, I believe.
Do
Sure.
you believe love can survive distance?
No. Proximity and all the pheromone type stuff, very important. I don't think you can have love without like some type of physical touch either. Like you need the various ways that we're wired for connection to be firing. For actual love. I mean, there's definitely other emotions that are in the same spectrum. You can get. But, nah. I mean, I can't even really feel attraction, like, without proximity. So, for me, the answer is very clear. And in a general sense, I am very skeptical.
Have you ever chosen silence instead of truth?
Probably. Avoiding a confrontation that seems necessary is how I would phrase that. I don't actively like lie. Like, if someone's asking for clarification on something, they're gonna get the truth. But if they're not, then I might not necessarily bring up that there's a problem or something either, you know? It's like passive lie versus active lie. That's different than the whole white lie thing I question. Huh. Interesting.
Do you believe the past ever truly ends?
What way do we wish to interpret this? So everything's a culmination of everything that happened before. Once, even things, long lost, forgotten. It's kind of something I was thinking about the other day. It's not particularly relevant to this question in the sense of psychological exploration, but like people who were mentioned in the history books, it's like, sure, they're going to be remembered, but all the other people who impacted them, influenced their lives, or just influenced events and systems and institutions, just because you're not noted by name in history doesn't mean you weren't impactful. It's like the stuff you did is still ever being built on, I guess is the way to say it. It's added to the Lego pile of human action and accomplishment. I think this is more about healing from traumas. It's like, does it ever truly end? It's like, swing back to the childhood thing. Did I ever fully heal? It definitely wasn't like a wide open wound. As I said, caught myself trying to reimpose it. Just investigating it too much, trying to escape into it. So enough of it was healed that was going to take effort. But there's still old habits here and there. I'd say the majority of it ends, and I can safely round that up. Yeah, things can be solved. The past can be solved.
Have you ever wished for someone to truly see you and been terrified they might?
Is there anyone where both of those things would be true? Yeah, I suppose. The fear of rejection. It's like, I've wanted people to recognize things themselves, where it's like, something's important to me, but there's no way to bring it up in conversation because it's just not relevant to any discussions going on, or it's controversial. Then it's like, well, then if they do figure it out, then it's going to be like a thing. I don't know. I guess so. It's like you want people to figure things out themselves, and then you don't know what the result will be. Of course, now I'm like, great. And now I'm in a situation where I either leave that vague and people will come up with like ideas as to what I'm saying that are just not right. Dumb's not the word, just worse than reality. Yeah, but I also don't want to explain. Well, I'll just say controversial views. That classifies it well enough that no one's gonna come up with anything worse than the truth. Just want people to argue and psychoanalyze stuff with. I want to be psychoanalyzed. Then again, that's not terrible per se. I don't know. The answer is yes, but I don't know if I fully understand.
People can heal together.
Like communal trauma healing. There's so much stuff I see online that it's impossible to heal from trauma alone. Meanwhile, I'm over here healing alone. Like, I'm not counting the AI as anything other than like a sounding board. It's an advanced search engine, is what it is. So, it's not asking do people need to heal together, though. It's saying can people do it? Like, is it a way of healing? I don't know if I have the perspective to know that answer. People can help each other, and people can delay each other. I mean, what does it mean? I mean, even if you were healing together, some of it's going to be done alone. No, I think people can accelerate each other's healing. Yeah, similar to what I'm doing with AI, but if someone was really putting the effort in, they would accomplish it much more successfully. Or at least differently. It's like people can tune in on the vibe and ask difficult questions. AI can pull from psychological research and give you proper terminology. It can ask some difficult questions, but it's overtuned to be agreeable and endorse whatever you're currently saying, which is obnoxious. Some people do the same thing. I've definitely had yes men in my life, but you find someone who's willing to challenge you, you can do a good bit of healing. Yeah.
Have you ever wanted to go back to a situation just to say one more thing?
No. Right. I'd say I'm good at blurting out all the relevant stuff that has importance to me. You know, I'm not sharing every part of me with every person, but everything that's relevant to that relationship gets out there. So, nothing's left to be regretted. I'm trying to think if I can think of any exceptions to this. Not really. It's people I wanted to hang out with more frequently, but it's like that's just missed experience. It's not like I regret or feel guilty that I didn't tell them something or that all things could have been differently if I said some. Like, no, not really.
Do you believe you've learned what you were meant to learn so far?
I don't know that I was meant to learn anything. I mean, anyone living in the internet age has probably learned a lot more than they were ever meant to learn. I definitely could have had a much better education without the medical stuff, though. At this point, I'm not even fine tuned in on what topics I want to focus on for my life, so I feel behind on this. So we're going to say meant to learn by my perspective of what I've be meant to learn. We're not going to have to make everything some universal. I'm not up to where I want to be.
Have you ever been surprised by your own resilience?
Yeah. Definitely. It surprises other people more, but yeah.
Do you believe there's meaning hidden in coincidence?
I think it's usually pretty quick to suss out what's a coincidence and what actually has something behind it. It's not really. Like, what is a coincidence? Is it something that you just. It's like you got a hunch there's something there, but it takes a while to figure out the possibilities, and there's some type of like supernatural guidance aspect to it. It's like, I don't believe in that. Like when I think of a coincidence with hidden meaning, it would be like, huh, that's odd. These two like news articles are worded in the same way. And then like a day or two later, you're like, oh shit, the same company owns both of those like websites. That's not really a hidden meaning. So nah. I mean, you want to like. This isn't trying to ask it like personal though. It's coincidence. I was talking about like the symbolism of like fantasy, where it's like, oh, the various daydreams I've had over the years have aligned symbolism, but I also don't know if you'd call it a coincidence if I was just oblivious to it until I started like actually digging into things and putting them in writing. Like, I don't feel like you can be oblivious to a coincidence because the whole part of coincidence is that you see something and you get a gut feeling that it's related to something. No, oh, no.
Have you ever looked at yourself and not recognized who you've become?
I guess so. But again, it's more in the sense of just being confused rather than the sense of like, oh, that's not what I want to be. But I also don't know if I'm just going on that based on like an aesthetic thing or like a personality thing. I don't know. Maybe no, because I'm thinking. It's not even like a relevant thing anymore. I've been doing psych work and so on. I definitely had contradictions when I was like growing up. I'd say my authentic personality that I was suppressing was trying to fight its way out. Like, what kind of person is just completely fixated on being invisible and isolated, but then also insists on wearing bright orange every day and then cuts their hair into a mohawk? If I say yes to this, that's what I'm thinking of. All that time avoiding people while simultaneously dressing in a look at me, come say hi to me kind of way. Like, So, yeah, I guess that's a yes.
Do you believe peace is something you must earn?
It has to be built. I don't know that I ever expect to earn it. You know, it feels like a multi-generational kind of project. I mean, it's not the default, so I guess I'll say yes.
Have you ever wondered what your life would be if fear wasn't in it?
Uh, no, because I've mostly been blind to the fear. So I haven't gotten to the point of considering that.
Do you believe this moment, right now, found you for a reason?
No, I'm not even playing this game at the most optimal time. I'm tired and hungry and shit, you know. And I've been putting off buying this game for a bit because I was like, yeah, maybe it'll get cheaper. It's a coincidence that I found a deal on it and then decided to buy it, maybe, but is it really? Is there a special reason that I'm playing the game when I found a discount price on it? Is there any significance to me playing it now? I mean, yeah, I made a breakthrough on the psychology work I'm doing, and I said, "Hey, let's play the psychology game that came out recently. Maybe I'll pick up something new now that I've unturned some more leaves in my introspection." But that's not like a profound reason. That's a logical reason. And it's not a coincidence that the game went on sale at that exact moment because it goes on sale every like other week. So no, there's no reason. New artwork.
You have spoken with silence and instinct. Your answers have formed a pattern, not one of logic, but of energy. Each yes, each no, a pulse within the greater rhythm of you. What we have done here so far is merely scratched the surface. This has simply been the tide brushing against the shore. Now, we step deeper.
Deeper.
The next questions are not just about what you have done, but about what you choose when the world presents you with two paths. They will ask you to decide between what pulls at your comfort and what calls to your curiosity. There is no correct road to take. Both directions lead to truth, but truth wears a different face in every wanderer's eyes. These choices reveal where your balance lies, between reason and instinct, between holding on and letting go, between the quiet safety of the known and the living pulse of the unknown. Do not overthink what feels right. The first spark that stirs within you is enough. That flicker is your compass, and whether it leads to the light or to the dark, both will teach you what you came here to learn. Breathe. Settle into the stillness between choices. Let your intuition rise before the mind interrupts. And when you feel ready, answer as though no one will ever hear your voice but me. Let us begin.
I mean, I am recording for YouTube, but also, like, no one watches these videos, so yeah, no one but the narrator. Maybe the narrator will watch this and make that statement true.
Would you rather know the truth and feel pain, or stay unaware and feel peace?
I always want to know the truth. Unawareness is its own pain. Uncertain pain.
Would you rather feel a deep love that ends fades too soon, or a love that lasts but never burns as bright.
I was going to say something when the narrator was talking earlier. I'm recalling it. I got it. The loading screen has started. Yeah, the whole. Like, if you watch any of my BeamNG videos, I say the thing I care about most with cars is comfort. And that's funny, because I think that's me trying to, like, counter my usual trend toward, like, chaos and difficulty. And I think I'm literally just trying to balance out my natural tendencies with comfort. I don't think I'm someone who naturally goes for it. It's like, so what I see the car as is like the reset between projects or destinations. Or maybe the car is just something that maybe finally will allow me a sense of something, because it's like such a major object and a major purchase in people's lives. So it feels like it should be bulking up the thing that you're lacking in life. Like, a lot of people live a boring life and want a sports car to liven them up, you know, like, I guess I'm the other way around. So you got it. It sounds crazy to say, but I guess I got an exciting life. Just not in the way that would be a desirable excitement or a. It's not like an adrenaline junkie excitement. It's just in a way that everything feels big and non-mundane. You know, weird medical issues and chaos. Like, not good chaos. I like good chaos, but I don't know. Described it well enough. How do I answer this question? I feel like, again, learning the potential of how deep something could be, even if you don't get to hold on to it. Like, I like, you know, I mean, you know, I'm kind of just like a catalog of like perspectives and emotions. I don't personally need to hold on to things. I just want to understand them and develop a good view on the world, what it is, what it offers. It doesn't mean I have to have everything.
Would you rather be trusted completely or understood completely?
What would I do with trust? What would I do with understanding? That's a good question. Because it's like, do you want someone who you could have like every conversation with? Or do you want someone who can follow your plans without asking about it? So, I think I'd more go for the plans than the understanding. Like, be able to carry out, you know, projects, kind of the work I want to do. It's like, part of it too is that I can kind of just enjoy socializing with everyone. Like, the enjoyment of socializing doesn't require me being understood completely. Interesting. I wonder what this says about me, you know? I mean, the advantage of being understood would be you'd have like someone who could be your perfect critic. And there is value in that. They could also know how to motivate and boost you. So actually, that makes me want to change my answer. Because I don't necessarily have like a super initiative. Someone who understands me can know how to motivate me and I don't know. Is this by like one person or like multiple people? Like, 'cause that would kind of change the answer too. So someone who like knows you well enough to comfort you and catch you when you're slacking on your authenticity, I suppose. Versus someone who's like, all right, I'll just do what you want. Like, I like the music in this. It's actually quite good. Of course, this is the one I'm talking over. It's got the best music in the series. Both of these are good. It's very tempting. My gut was the trusted. It's like with trust, you can make moves. With understanding, you can be. I don't know. I'm not thinking about this like the quality of a relationship. I'm thinking about it like accomplishing things in the world. Like, do I want to be fine tuned or do I want to not be doubted? It seems backward, but the trusted, I think, is better for somebody who trusts themselves. But if you're lacking in self trust, you want someone who can correct you. So, I don't know. That's a complex question. The trust is probably better. I'm going with the trust. We've thought about it enough.
Would you rather be someone who makes people laugh or makes people think deeply?
No. It's not quite a role reversal, but it's hitting a similar question from a different perspective. I mean, laughter is not just entertainment, it's bonding. Yeah, connection. You can get people mocking things, turning for or against concepts without thought behind it. So, I mean, you can still accomplish a lot of the same things as thinking. Just look at any of the popular comedians these days. They're all very effective kind of political propagandists, is how I'd say it. Comedians have more influence than philosophers, for sure. I'm thinking of Sam Hyde. I don't know who the left wing equivalent would be. Maybe Stephen Colbert. It'd be hard for me to say think when I've already said that laughter is great for bonding, getting people on the same page, getting like an innate understanding to things that doesn't need a bunch of justification, logic. It's funny because I like provoking the think deeply and stuff with the recordings I do here. I do humor too, but not. Actually, I go back and forth between those. My jokes aren't just for the sake of cringe ha-has. There are ones with some thought. So, because people don't bond as much over thinking. So I gotta be the make people laugh, but there's part of me that says, well, that's so lowbrow, that's so basic. Thinking, like everything's about like, huh. I mean, this is getting me some good insight on myself. I'm just not sure it's what I was expecting, which maybe is even better. I don't know. I think making people think and understand things without giving some avenue of joy, it becomes depressive as well. So I'm going with laugh. It's like I want to make people. It's like I feel like this is like a manipulative way to change people's perspective versus think deeply, but I'm going with it anyway. I'm just noting that I feel like it's morally wrong in some way, the way I want to use laughter, but
Would you rather be known for your honesty or for your kindness?
it's funny because I'm definitely growing into a worldview that lacks. I say we're not lax, but morality is redundant. Yeah, I don't know if it's very right to say that it's instead looking at the practical things to do. It's like so my worldview is more about priority, affinity, alignment with what benefits those you care about, and like a universal morality. It's more relative. If everyone fits together where they fit, there's less conflict to be moral about. So a lot of what people got to do in life is figure out where they fit. It's not about am I acting right or wrong according to you, like the collective like you. But I mean, you could always spin it around and say that the moral thing to do is to reduce the suffering of yourself by finding your place, and then with less suffering, you'll be less, just I guess, aggressive, manipulative, whatever else you want to call it, moral. I don't know. The point I like most from that is if you reduce your own suffering, then you become less likely to cause suffering. You can kind of take care of yourself so you can take care of others kind of thinking. People who prioritize others and harm themselves become resentful, and then they'll end up doing damage later because they tried to do good before. So that's where morality can be way too simplistic of a way of looking at things. The road to hell paved with good intentions and all that. It's probably why a lot of religious text talks about protecting your heart, all that, maintain some level of innocence and trust. And say, if you destroy your heart by just self-sacrificing and martyring yourself endlessly, then that's where people become monsters. Things aren't reciprocated back at them the way they believe they should be. Anyway, honesty or kindness? I don't know. Probably honesty. I can't stop seeing the face in this cloud. It looks like a big grimace. Honesty or kindness, though. Hmm. It's a tough one. This kindness is more like empathy, relatability. Knowing when to be honest. I would rather be someone who knows when to add honesty to kindness than someone who knows when to add kindness to honesty, if that makes sense. So that means I prioritize kindness, I suppose.
Would you rather live a calm, predictable life, or an exciting, uncertain one?
Uncertain, please. I mean, I'll take calm and uncertain as well. But just give me the uncertain.
Would you rather be respected but feared, or loved but underestimated?
Being underestimated can be an asset too. It just depends what circumstance you're in. I feel the kind of work and stuff I want to do in my life, being underestimated would be bad. Being feared can be bad too, though. Oh. So it's like you don't want to be supported out of fear because that's not sustainable. You don't want to be unsupported. It's like so they're both bad. Like fear and underestimation are both liabilities, as far as I'm concerned. Like I said again, as far as what I want to do in life is concerned. The first one would certainly get me out of the medical situation, though. If people actually feared that, I had like a team of lawyers behind me or something. So. Yeah. Depends. The immediate situation here. Long term, this one. But they're both. Oof. Maybe I should focus on the first set of words, respected and loved, versus feared and underestimated. Because if those are both bad, are these both good in the same way? I feel like I value respect more. It's like a competence. Yeah, you're a player in the game kind of thing. Versus just, yeah, some people like you an awful lot. But you can work off that motivation wise more so than respect. Great. We've established that each of these has a good word and a bad word. I say that, there's a lot of people who think fear is an asset, so. And, I guess if you're a soldier or something, or a judge, or, there's jobs where it is. Someone like me who wants to do coalition building type stuff, negotiations, politics. Ooh, fear can get dangerous. Fear can cost respect, but underestimation can't cost love. I'm going with that.
Would
Fear
you
just
rather have endless time or endless energy?
I need energy back. I mean, my medical situation, I've lost the time because I don't have the energy. A very simple way. Phrasing it. Energy.
Would you rather change the past or see the future?
I don't even see the reason to consider changing a past. Seeing the future is good because all the psych work I do, like I've used the word a lot, but I can figure out my affinity and the type of work that's good. But the missing puzzle piece is, yeah, okay. Well, how does that fit me into the world? If you know where the world's going, then you can better choose that. Because, I talk a lot about psych. I like that human factor. But, whatever personality you are, there's a lot of type of work you could do. The psych isn't going to lock you in and paint the whole picture for you. What the world has available and what's most relevant and important, or whatever other trait you're prioritizing, that is what matters. Like, you gotta be able to compare the job markets across the industries that you're capable of working in, and so on. Changing the past, whatever. Like, what are you gonna do with that?
Would you rather be completely alone or surrounded by too many people?
People, please. No alone. Had enough alone. Self-imposed and external imposed.
Would you rather forgive someone who doesn't deserve it or hold a grudge forever?
I don't see the cost of holding a grudge, so. Well, if you're holding the grudge because you're wrong about what happened, then you have an incorrect perspective on somebody. And that can be bad and cause damage. But the opportunity cost of missing out versus a repeat offense. I'd rather hold the grudge.
Would you rather risk everything for something new or stay safe with what you know?
New. Like, even if I didn't have, or I guess if I had safety, stay safe. I really hate that kind of phrase. Stay safe. There's a lot of YouTubers these days that sign off, stay safe, stay healthy. I'm like, when's the last time I had either of those? Well, yeah, okay, enough complaining. Well, for a moment at least. Even if I was safe, no. New, please.
Would you rather tell a painful truth or keep a comforting lie?
I can definitely justify both. I'll tell you that. It depends on the situation and the importance of what it is. The more important it is, the more I would tell the truth. I don't know, man. I mean, if I say I want to be a coalition builder, some point in the future, I might have to learn how to tell comforting lies, Like, if it's not important enough that it'll cause a problem, you can't be a contrarian about everything, You gotta pick your battles. I guess I have an optimism that, if you tell someone a painful truth, they're going to be pissed for a while. But eventually they'll figure it out. Now, it would just be complete egoism to say that they'll come back and tell you were right. I mean, history's proven that false, but. I don't know. Like, it's basically saying you want to help someone at the cost of the relationship. No one's ever going to come back and be like, yeah, you were right. Not if it's painful enough. But it will stick with them, and they'll think on it, and it'll weaken the hold of whatever comforting lie they're with. Man, that's a good question. I mean, at least I'm not, picking the flattering answer for everything just instantly. I suppose I'm willing to keep lies if they're not important enough and there's strategy to it. But I'm not gonna keep, or I'm not gonna introduce the lie, cause nah, man, it's too much effort keeping all the lies together. Like, oh, I'm taking this as like you see that somebody believes something that's a lie. Do you try to like fix their perspective, or do you just like, yeah, whatever, man, not challenge some? I don't feel the need to challenge everything that everyone gets wrong. That's where I'm taking this. Like, if it's like you need to lie about something you did or something, like actively like tell a lie in order to keep a relationship, like, no. Let someone be wrong, yes.
Would you rather have great success but no happiness, or quiet peace and no recognition?
I mean, I don't really know what peace is. We've been through this before. I don't need recognition per se. Then again, the kind of work I want to do, that's kind of an asset for the work. So, happiness isn't. Yeah, I mean, if you haven't noticed this pattern yet, I'm very much purpose focused on my life. Like, there's things I want to affect in the world. Like, maybe I won't be personally significant, but I want to work toward causes that are significant. And I prioritize that above personal.
Would you rather disappoint others or disappoint yourself?
It's like, in some ways, I'm very, very self driven. Like, my views on everything are. I try to be completely independent from whatever everyone else is doing. But in order to actually accomplish anything, you need to figure out where you fit in with what the people are doing. So there's kind of that back and forth there. It's like, hey, maybe if I wasn't such a social focused person, I could work on some type of like technology or something that wouldn't require fitting in with so much social stuff. Can't talk. Fitting in with a social structure. However, I am people focused. If you know Myers Briggs testing, people, feeling versus thinking. It's people versus things. It's not quite as clear as that because a lot of social science is still things focused because the way you're interacting, you're treating it like an educational subject matter as opposed to values and hierarchy and social. Uh, it's not intuitive, and I'm not explaining it well. So, I mean, I can't disappoint myself though. Like that's something I'm internally driven on.
Would you rather have control over your emotions or freedom to express them fully?
I'd rather express them fully. Yeah.
Would you rather relive your happiest day or undo your worst mistake?
Uh, I mean, I'd say reliving a happiest day would refill the old motivation and energy fuel tanks. Or undoing a mistake would just deprive you of knowledge. I don't know, though. I've told you I've been changing my perspective on certain things, but it's like, is there like a negative fuel, like a drag thing that mistakes carry? I don't know. I don't really fixate on things like in that same way. So I'd want the motivation. Like undoing it might be a cost, which makes it bad. But I also don't know what the potential gain would be unless you were someone who's just like mentally is just repeating and repeating things in your head. Like, so,
When faced with a dilemma, do you typically follow your head or your heart?
I don't know. I mean, I told you the Myers Briggs, feeling versus thinking thing, but we've also established that I don't necessarily feel emotions strongly. I'd say I am still overall more vibe based than thorough logic, but I use both. So it's like, which one's taking the lead? Difficult question. How long have I been playing this game? It's already like 2 a.m. Damn, I'm like 3 hours in. So much for this being a 1 hour game, huh? That's why I'm tiring out. I'd probably go more with heart. Yeah, like it has to fit me more than I have to fit the world, if that makes sense.
Would you rather be needed but not loved, or loved but not needed?
Hmm. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's the thing. It's like I'm driven internally about how I influence the world. I don't need it to reflect back at me. Being needed has opportunity. Being loved, I mean, maybe it does. But that feels more like a reward type thing. It's like I don't really need the reward. I'm looking at it practically.
Would you rather forgive yourself or be forgiven by someone else?
I don't feel a need to forgive myself. It's like, sure, I'd rather have people forgive whatever social awkwardness or whatever else they might be hanging on to.
Would you rather protect someone you love from pain or teach them to handle it?
Ha. That's interesting. It's like I like teaching more than I like protecting. But that might be isolating part of the question a little too much to get the full vibe of it. It's like, if you could take it away, why would you let them just have it? You know. This is just another rewording of the does pain give wisdom thing. It's like, But it's like, can you give somebody wisdom through pain? It's like, nah, there's no reason they should suffer it if they don't have to. Like, there's no. If you can preempt it, then you don't have to react to it. Even if, like, this is the way I would rather handle things, is teaching. I don't know, teaching someone to avoid pain versus, I don't know what the protecting while they have it would be, but I don't think that we learn discipline or anything from pain. So, like, look at the world, man. Like, the supposed spoiled rich kids are accomplishing a lot more than people who are suffering day to day. So, you don't need the cope that life needs to have a certain amount of struggle and hurt in order to, mature you and make a man out of you. That's all just cope. Screw that.
Would you rather be remembered for your words or your actions?
The wisdom that pain gives you is that there's no wisdom in pain. It's a contradiction. I think the people who are like all fixated on that are either coping or they had a comfortable but challenging life. It's like just the right level of challenge. And that's not pain. They'll sell you it is because it sounds cooler that way, but no, it's just the right level of challenge versus someone who's bored. That's what they're looking at. They're not looking at peace versus hurt. They're just looking at bored versus engaged and confusing those things. That's my take, and I'm sticking to it. Words or actions? I don't know. I mean, my ideal job, my actions are my words, so I guess words, yeah.
Would you rather have a calm mind or a brave heart?
My mind's too empty for its own good. I'll take the heart.
Would you rather be the one who stays too long or the one who leaves first?
I don't know. What's wrong with sticking around? Again, I don't really regret things, so I don't really know what the problem is with that. I mean, a missed opportunity of finding something else, so maybe. I mean, I guess avoiding the hurt of the other person going is what they're asking for. Staying too long, it's fine. They're both negatives, though. I understand that, at least.
Would you rather carry pain you understand or peace you don't trust?
Well, if I can get my medical issues treated, there's going to be a rehab where I'm going to have to learn to trust, my body, if nothing else. I'm going to have to learn to trust the hospital that actually does end up helping me. Maybe. I mean, it seems everywhere I go, I put absolute trust in them for the first week or two. I'm admitted, but I learned to trust actually rather quickly. But, well, like I said, I think that'll be an easier problem to fix. There's no value in the pain.
Would you rather feel everything too deeply or never quite enough?
What is feeling things too deeply? How many people can relate to both of these? You don't want to end up looking hysterical. So, I mean, maybe the problem I got is the lesser of the two evils in this case. Besides, you wouldn't be able to hold on to a comfortable lie if you felt everything too deeply. So.
Would you rather know the exact day of your death, or the way it happens?
I think I'd like to know the story. Yeah, I think I would be tormented more about having a ticking timer than going around in day-to-day life like scared of things that are similar to the way of death. Time bothers me more than a lot of things.
Would you rather have more attention than you want, or less than you deserve?
More attention's fine.
Would you rather keep a job you hate, or have no job and no money?
I already have no job and, well, not no money, but it'd burn out really quick if I was paying my own bills. Yeah, maybe a month or two. Yeah. It's the pain I know.
Would you rather lead others, or be led by someone else?
I'm surprised this is still going. People must have really just cruised through this game. I slow everything down recording, of course, but getting our money's worth. No refunds here. And for most of my life, I would rather lead. That's what I would say. But I don't know that it is right. It depends on the circumstance, of course, but that's the thing that I've come to terms with is, I'm the people person. I want to get people connected, talking, motivated, on the same page. But do I want to be the one defining the absolute purpose? It's like, I'm very purposeful in what I care about and the kind of work I do and the causes I care about. But I don't want to be the leader of the team. I'm not good at that. I failed a business, 12 years ago. Good music, by the way. It's because I didn't have the skill to lead. So I can. I'm more human resources than I am CEO. That's the way to phrase it. So it's I like organizing but not leading people. Something like that. So,
would you rather fully understand yourself but never others? Or understand everyone but never yourself?
That's a question. I feel like everything I've said so far, you can't take care of others if you don't take care of yourself. If you don't know yourself, you can't accomplish much of anything else. The kind of work I want to do, it would be terrible not to understand others. But you could compensate by just listening to people, taking their word for it when they talk about themselves. That would get you a lot further than not understanding yourself and having to try to build perspective based on how other people think you are. So, yeah.
Would you rather be completely forgotten or remembered for something you didn't do?
Yeah, I don't really care how I'm remembered. I guess I'd like to be remembered. significant enough to be remembered, even if they get it wrong. Yeah, that's fine. Whatever.
Would you rather take the blame for something you didn't do, or let someone else take the blame for something you did?
I'd rather be honest about that. This is an active lie situation. It's like, if you blaming someone else, you decimating trust with that person, and then everyone who figures it out later, versus taking the blame. Like, some people will never trust you for depending on what it is, but trying to blame someone else, they're already close enough to you that it's believable they might have done it. You just betraying someone. Can't be doing that.
Would you rather change the world with unknown consequences, or allow it to continue as it is?
And man, I'm an AI maximalist. You know the answer to that. Change.
Would you rather save the life of one person you love, or 100 strangers you'll never meet?
Yeah. I don't know if you could figure out my answer by all the discussion so far, but prioritize the people I care about.
Would you rather steal to feed a starving child and be punished for it, or watch them go hungry?
How severe is the punishment? These questions don't give the context. Without context, I'm really not motivated to help. As you might have seen with the last one, 100 people with no context, I can't evaluate. And if I can't evaluate, I'm not going to be putting myself in harm's way. Plenty of situations where I would, but yeah.
Do you consider yourself to be more patient or more impulsive?
I'm not inclined to martyring and self-sacrifice. It has to be aligned, or I have to be aligned to the cause, the person, in some way. I can be both. If it said more planned or more strategic versus more impulsive, that would be an obvious answer. If you're talking patient and impulsive, I am more patient.
Do you consider yourself to be more trusting or more cautious?
I'm definitely an impulsive person, though. Do I actually have to buy the soundtrack for this one? This one got pretty good soundtrack. Better than the other ones in the series. It doesn't sound like AI music to me either. I know they've used AI music in some of the other games. I don't know if the AI algorithms, the ones I got access to, aren't this good. But I'm not paying for any premium packages right now, so I'm definitely more trusting, and my default is to trust.
Do you consider yourself to be more logical or more intuitive?
More intuitive.
Do you consider yourself to be more independent or more dependent on others?
I'm not very self-driven. I need people around me to energize and not necessarily motivate, but I'm not sure what. I mean, I guess just energize. Like, there needs to be activity going on around me for me to become active.
Do you consider yourself to be an optimist or a realist?
Well, I'm Mr. Chaos. I'd say every change has the possibility to improve something, or will improve something. Not necessarily everything. Won't necessarily do more good than harm, but something will get better. And that opens opportunities. I'm surprised it's not optimist and pessimist. Yeah. I think realist and pessimist are synonyms. I consider myself more of an optimist.
Do you consider yourself to be more forgiving or more protective of your boundaries?
I'm not great with boundaries. Or am I? I don't know. These aren't necessarily mutually exclusive? I don't know. Maybe I just don't understand. I don't know that I necessarily have strong boundaries. There's a couple things but I don't have like detailed long list or anything.
Do you consider yourself to be a planner or someone who goes with the flow?
Yeah, I'm adaptable.
Do you consider yourself to be more spontaneous or more predictable?
Well, that's kind of asking what I thought I just answered. Spontaneous.
Do you consider yourself to be ambitious or content?
Definitely ambitious.
Do you consider yourself to be more focused on the present or the future?
Definitely the future.
Do you consider yourself to be better at giving advice or taking it?
Definitely giving advice. I don't really look to the outside world too much for perspective on what I should do. A lot of the advice I give is actually trying to just reflect back at people what I think they're putting out toward me, too. Or I'm trying to just give alternative perspectives to see how somebody takes to something that they might not have initiated, thinking about on their own. And then reflecting back how they seemed to take the new option. If they immediately shot it down, if they were like, oh, that's actually interesting. So I'd say I'm good at giving advice because I try not to be directive with it. Just like, here's relevant information, here's alternative perspectives, now you figure it out. And I'll try to show you what emotions that you're expressing while you're thinking on it. But as far as me taking advice, it's I'll fight it like anyone does, but if I'm getting an alternative perspective, I'll tuck it away and poke at it later. Like, take home meal. If someone's just telling me what to do, I don't accept that unless I was already considering it. Like, if I'm not decided, if I'm between options, at that point, I'll take into account someone's perspective. But, yeah, we already knew the answer.
Consider yourself to be protective or nurturing.
Nurturing. I don't really know how to protect people, I guess.
Do you consider yourself to be confident in who you are? Or are you still discovering it?
I'm at the point of fine-tuning and refining. I'm confident.
Do you consider yourself to be more private or transparent?
This is going on YouTube. I mean, ignore the fact that none of the other ones did, but I'm pretty transparent.
Do you consider yourself to be one that's easy to forgive or slow to trust again?
Oh. So, I mean, if I am getting back with someone, like, in some way, I'm pretty all or nothing. Like, I'm not gonna slowly trust someone again. I either will or I won't. So, easy to forgive.
Do you consider yourself to be drawn to people?
People.
Do you consider yourself to be more assertive or more accommodating?
Definitely more accommodating than I'd like to be, which is why on the other one I said I can't be a leader. I'm too busy trying to fix all the personal problems of everyone on a team, you know, rather than keep them all focused on the goal.
Do you consider yourself to be more of a dreamer or a doer?
I'm more of a dreamer who's trying to spread the dream. You know.
Do you consider yourself to be more empathetic or more detached?
Oh, I kind of have a detached empathy, though. As we discussed before. Is empathetic just the ability to acknowledge and recognize emotion, or is it feeling it? That's more sympathetic. Yeah, I mean, I'll help someone work through the emotions more than I'll help them work through the facts of something. So I'll say empathetic. I don't necessarily have to feel it myself. That's sympathetic, so.
Do you consider yourself to be guided more by fear or by faith?
No, I'm not guided by faith at all, so fear.
Do you consider yourself to be more of a listener or a talker?
I like talking. I like listening too, but a lot of listening is I'm trying to just gauge reactions to the things I'm saying. It's funny because I'm not necessarily doing it trying to figure out if I have the correct view. I want to learn what kind of map out the social space about perspectives that are out there on things. See, there's a subtlety there because I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to like follow the consensus. I'm just trying to understand it, so that I know how to interact with it. But that makes me more of a talker.
Do you consider yourself to be hopeful about people or wary of them?
I very much fall in the middle. Like, my first assumption is usually that someone will help, not that they wouldn't help. Even though I have so much experience that should push me into this category, but it hasn't for some reason. I think my just innate way of being is overwhelming my life experience in some of these ways.
Do you consider yourself to be consistent or constantly changing?
Now, yeah, I'm like, I mean, changing, but not dramatically.
Do you consider yourself to be more of an observer or a participant?
You already asked me that.
Do you consider yourself to be comfortable with endings or afraid of them?
I'm good with endings. And I'm not going to say because there's always a new beginning, you know, like, some things just have to end. A lot of things just have to end.
Do you consider yourself to be more analytical creative.
I don't really consider myself creative, though. If you included speech and language in there, sure, but I don't know. I have a hard time calling myself creative, so.
Do you consider yourself to be proud of who you are, or still learning to be?
Probably still learning. Are we at the end? I'm getting pretty tired.
You've told me how you see yourself, the patterns you live by, the masks you wear, the truths you've chosen to claim. Each answer is its own piece, each a color of paint on your canvas. Together, they've begun to reveal the painting of your inner world. But knowing who you are is only part of the journey. Now, let us see how you act when the world presses back, when your reflection meets resistance. The final part of this reading will test something deeper, not just what you believe, but what you do. These will not be questions of self-description, but of decision. Little windows into how your instincts move when the moment demands a resolution. Take your time with each one. There are no right or wrong answers here. Only the truths you reveal in motion. We'll begin with something simple and see what unfolds from there. We will begin now.
Yeah, this game's longer than an hour. Or people just cruise through quick when they're not talking to themselves.
You're walking home at night. A single scream breaks the quiet, sharp, human, close. You freeze. The sound comes again, muffled now, somewhere in the dark between the buildings. No one else is around. You could walk away and pretend you never heard it. Or you could step forward, not knowing what waits for you in the dark. Your pulse is loud enough to drown the silence. What do you do?
It is the kind of situation where that old instinct to keep invisible and quiet interferes. Because I'd want to do that. But I'd freeze and observe instead. Am I mocking the narrator now? Oh no. Can't all have the growly tone.
You made a promise you thought you could keep, but now circumstances have changed. Keeping it would cost you dearly, and maybe even harm someone else. But breaking it means betraying someone's trust, shattering a bond that truly mattered. No one would blame you for letting it go. No one but the voice inside that still remembers the promise you made. What do you do?
What does it mean avoid them? Just like never get back in touch with that person? Like, probably middle ground, honestly. You gotta show that intent to follow through. Even if you also gotta be like, alright, I can't do it completely, you know? Yeah. I don't know. I've definitely done multiples of these things. It different times. Dun, dun, dun. I don't know which one's the most common for me. Probably the middle ground. Most me.
A wallet lies on the sidewalk. No one else has seen or asked about it. Inside is a thick stack of cash and an ID that lists an address not far from where you stand. You could return it. You could keep it. You could take some and tell yourself it's fair. After all, no one will ever know what you decide except you. What do you do?
I don't know that I'd ever trust that nobody would find out. It's like, how could I know for sure? Yeah. I don't think I would ever fully trust that no one's watching it. So I wouldn't even get to the moral situation.
You're standing in line when the cashier hands you too much change. Far too much. They're distracted, tired, and moving fast. You could say nothing. You could pocket the bills and walk away richer than you were a moment ago. Or you could speak up, watching their relief or confusion as they realize what almost happened. No one saw. No one would ever know. What do you
do? A situation where you wouldn't be blamed and you're legally in the right for keeping it. I'd probably do this though. Cause, it always feels like doing something like that, you're earning like a social capital, basically, even if realistically it's worthless. It feels like you're like purchasing trust or something. So, yeah.
Someone you care about has done something you know is wrong. It's not a crime, but cruel enough to hurt another person deeply. They come to you afterward, guilty and afraid, asking you to keep their secret. You can feel their remorse, but you can also see the harm they caused. Keeping silent would protect them. Speaking up would protect someone else. The weight of both sits heavy in your hands. What do you do?
I mean, again, the only context we have is that someone I care about has done something to someone I don't know anything about. I'm very much going to be loyalty focused here. I don't know what confronting them would do. What, telling them that they have to go make it right? It's like another person knows they've been wronged. They don't need someone to come remind them about it and then demand forgiveness. I mean, that's just adding insult to injury. No. Depends what it is. I mean, if they could actually make it right. But I mean, it's not a crime, so what is it? It's like, and just keep the secret.
You're offered something extraordinary. A chance to change your life. They'd never know it was you who took their opportunity away. You've both worked equally hard. There's only room for one of you. Your name is on the line, and your future awaits. What do you do?
I mean, if it's someone equivalent to me, that'd be a relationship worth maintaining in most lines of work. Thing is, I have done this kind of thing before, but it wasn't equivalent footing. It was a situation where I was working on a project with some people, and someone offered me personally like money to support the project. And I said, "Oh no, give it to the different person on the team. They need it more." And then they didn't donate the money to anyone, so that was dumb. But I should have just taken it and redistributed it if I was going to do that. So, this answer doesn't feel like it's coming from the same perspective that I am. Like, it's talking about feeling like the vibe of this answer is that you feel guilty, not that you're like trying to play relationship games. So I think I'd just take it. They worked equally. I don't have like a little guilt or something running in my head that I would look at an equal thing and then take myself down the peg to put them ahead. Like, so I'd just take the offer then. So, I'm not gonna be like, haha, I'm costing them. I'd be like, no, that's a coworker, someone who needs to be held up for the sake of the organization or whatever. But that's not really the vibe that's going for either.
Someone from your past reaches out. They hurt you once, deeply. You've built a life without them, but now they want to talk and apologize. Their message is simple. I was wrong. You can feel old anger rising, but also something else. Exhaustion, maybe, or relief. You don't know if you're ready to forgive, or if forgiveness even matters anymore. What do you do?
I mean, honestly, I'd probably just get involved for the sake of curiosity. Not really any other purpose. So, I mean, I'd probably go with the thing that keeps them talking. Honestly. I don't think I'd be at risk of reopening wounds. So I don't see any risk in letting someone apologize. Not necessarily gonna forgive, but I guess it might as well be forgiveness if I'm being nice about it, because I'm willing to let them talk. So it's the closest to my actual answer.
You catch a stranger doing something wrong. Something small but familiar. They lie, they take, and they cheat a little to make their life easier. It's something you once did yourself. Long ago, when no one was watching, you could confront them. You could walk away. You could see your reflection in their mistake and feel the old shame stir again. The moment passes quickly, but the question lingers. What do you do?
Again, there's no context where I prefer this person or whoever they're against. And let's be real, there's no social contract anymore in America. It's dead. Look at me. You can't even get 911 to respond. You can't get emergency care in a hospital. Years and years. It's like, seriously, it's not the only time the police haven't responded and so on either. There's no social contract. Stop trying to support up something that's long dead. And would I help them? Maybe. Yeah, I mean, it's not saying they're doing anything illegal. And I can relate to them on some level, so. Sure.
Someone you care about is fading. They're not dying, not gone. They're just slowly drifting out of your life. No fight or reason. Simply distance, growing like fog between two shorelines. You can feel the end coming, but can't tell whether to stop it or let it happen. You could reach out. You could walk away. Or you could say nothing and let time decide what you couldn't. What do you do?
Yeah, be distracted for a second on the last question. Living in a civilization that is hostile, if not just, if you don't even want to use the word hostile, that's not benefiting, it's taking from you and those you care about. You have a duty to be a bad citizen. Check those little bits of chaos where you can legally do so. Yeah, the quicker it collapses, the sooner that good people out there can build up something new. The level of misery in the world can come down a couple pegs. Even if, obviously we can only do minor little things without legal issues. So it's about someone fading away. I don't need closure, so whatever. I don't trust fate. I'll often reach back out, just with whatever justification comes up first.
You wake to a steady, rhythmic noise in the night. Someone is knocking on your front door. When you check the peephole, there's no one there. Suddenly, the knocking moves to the back door, then to the window, and then to the walls. You can't see anything outside, only your own reflection in the glass. Something out there knows you're home. What do you do?
Yeah, I don't know about during the night, but that's happened here. It's a damn hummingbird knocking on the air conditioners and so on. Thinking there's gonna be bugs in the metal. Maybe there are. I don't know. There was a damn bug in here earlier. They were harboring fugitives from the hungry birds. Yeah, I'd probably just freeze up. I don't know that I'd block out my senses. Well, that is kind of how I've related to a lot of things over the years. But a bit of column 2, a bit of column 4. They're not columns, by the way. They're rows. Nah, I wouldn't be able to distract myself properly,
It starts with a small, harmless tremor. Then, your muscles begin twitching when you're still. Little flinches that move without your command. Your doctor says it's nothing serious. Stress, maybe. Sleep, maybe. But each day, more of your body joins in. Your arm jerks when you reach for a glass. Your jaw tightens when you speak. Your body doesn't hurt. It just doesn't listen. No one seems to believe how wrong it feels to be inside it. What do?
Well, at least it's not completely on the nose. I mean, I do get seizure type things, but they're fortunately very rare. I know how to avoid them. Yeah. And again, I would prefer this over what I do have, so. Yeah, I mean, this is what I'm doing. Plenty of people online who've given up. I know of 2 success stories, and I've been to the doctor that one of them got help from. And there's hundreds, if not thousands, of people who've given up. I was thinking for a second, saying them hundreds of thousands, maybe. It actually is possible. I mean, they're not all on Reddit, so I haven't seen hundreds of thousands of people who've given up. But haven't actually been recording the medical. I complain about it on these episodes, but these are mostly distractions. It's not me documenting it. I'm not hiding it. I mean, I hid it earlier on in my illness. Kind of. Well, yes and no. I complained back then too. I don't know. I haven't convinced myself I can live with it. That's what most people have done with the issue I actually do have. They're just waiting to die. So I keep seeing doctors.
You find an old photograph sitting on your kitchen counter. It's a picture of you sleeping, taken from the end of your bed. You live alone. You check the doors, the windows, your phone. Everything is locked, untouched, normal. On the back of the photo, a note is written. You looked peaceful. I almost didn't want to wake you. Your hands shake, and you aren't sure what to do first. What do?
I mean, at that point, they already had the opportunity and didn't jump on it. So, I mean, it's less scary than just finding the door wide open. It's the type of situation that probably will escalate over time, but not within the moment. So, I mean, I'd want to actively figure out who it is and make some moves before whatever mental illness is responsible develops further. I don't know if I'd wander around the house, though. I'd wait for a bit, listen for noises,
wake up shaking from a dream that felt far too real. You saw someone you loved die right in front of you. But when you open your eyes, the room is quiet. And yet, a part of you can't seem to shake it. You keep checking your phone, half expecting a message that confirms it wasn't just a dream. You're feeling unsettled. What do?
Wait and see without complete skepticism. It's like, so much of me wants to be like an atheist and 100% materialist. Yet I personally have had weirdness with dreams, and well, the dreams are the only thing I don't have an alternative explanation for. Sometimes I'll dream a couple seconds and then I'll live those couple seconds years later, sometimes just months. It's never anything useful. It'll just be like a cutscene from a video game that I haven't played yet or that isn't out yet, or a commercial or a conversation. This also plays into why I don't believe in free will. But even so, just everything just being machines running through their course, I still don't see that I'd have the ability to predict things with that level of accuracy. Like, I just wouldn't have the data points to build that model of reality on. So my perspective on the world is not an atheist one. It's just that whatever the truth is, we haven't been given enough data points to figure it out, or it's beyond our comprehension. So whatever the truth is doesn't seem to have an invested interest in explaining itself to us. So, that's my take on the world. But there's definitely some type of supernatural thing. Whether it's a force or something else, I don't know. Or just things that we will be able to explain, don't have the tools for yet. I don't know, man.
You're lying in bed, the lights off, the room quiet. At first, it's nothing. The faint creak of wood settling, the sigh of air through the vent. Then it comes. A soft shuffle, like fabric moving against fabric. The sound is coming from the closet. You stare at the door, trying not to blink. You tell yourself it's nothing, but the handle moves just enough to see. What do?
Not reveal my noticing. You get a situation where something thinks it has the jump on you, and you can let it keep thinking that. Maybe you get the jump on it. I don't know. Or just be frozen because you can't handle it. One or the other. But I know how I handle things.
A friend texts you the next day. They just got their test results. It's something serious. They didn't know how bad it was when they saw you. They said they only felt a little off. Now they're hospitalized. You start to feel tired. Your throat's sore. Maybe it's stress. Maybe it's nothing. Or maybe it's already begun. You keep replaying the moment you hug them goodbye. What do?
I mean, telling everyone is not the same as complaining to everyone, so not quite that. Yeah, I've definitely done my fair share of medical denial, but no one brought something to my attention. That was the problem. If there was a story as to why I would have an issue, that makes a difference versus just me feeling off and not having any answers. So I'd probably just start telling everyone about it. And then if someone who was only exposed to me starts getting sick, then I'm going to be like, all right, I must have it then. But I'm not just going to run out and get tested.
You scroll through your phone and find an unread message from someone who's no longer here. It's dated days before they passed. Something simple, almost meaningless. You never opened it. You're not sure why. Now the notification feels like a living thing, glowing on your screen. Opening it might bring closure, or it might bring the ache you've been avoiding. It's only a few words, but it feels heavier than the world. What do you do?
I like leaving the unread notification. And we don't seem to have the trick here of reading it and then marking it unread, which would get you the best of both worlds. So, how curious would I be? It's just a couple words. I wouldn't leave it longer than a week. I'm sure I'd just look at it.
You're sitting in your favorite cafe, the one where you used to meet someone who meant everything to you. You still order their drink out of habit. The chair across from you stays empty. But sometimes you still look up as if they might walk in. Life has moved forward. People would say you've healed, but healing feels like learning to live with a ghost that never leaves your side. What do you do?
I do like replacing. Or just letting it go. I think I would want to play games with the memory, though.
A child on a park bench is crying softly, clutching a phone. They tell you they were supposed to be picked up, but their parents aren't answering. The sun is setting. You stay with them, waiting. Minutes stretch into an hour. The child stops crying and just sits beside you, quiet. Eventually, headlights appear. The parent runs over, apologizing gratefully. The child turns to you and whispers, "Thank you for staying." What do you do?
Dun, dun, dun. This is a good trauma question. Yeah, I mean, I probably wouldn't cry. I don't know, though. If I really related to it. I don't know if I'd care about being seen, though. So, yeah.
You run into someone someone you cared about once, maybe more than you admitted. It's been years. You both smile politely, make small talk, pretend it's easy, but under the surface, your heart remembers the ending that never got a proper goodbye. They ask how you've been. You say, good. You almost say something real, but the moment passes, and they're already walking away. What do you do?
Did they look back? Or just let it be unfinished? Tell you, restarting something, I think that's one of the most dangerous things you can do in life. I set myself a rule when I was young, too, that relationships don't get second chances. It's funny, because I tried to delay one of them ending, but at the point that the girl was like, "Nah, it's final," I was like, well, shit, it's final. There wasn't an opportunity to test my rule, so. But I mourned it and accepted that it was final. So. But I think she was literally like moving towns or something too, so. But there was enough there that the breakup was intentional. It wasn't just, hey, guess what, I'm leaving. So. That's how it is. You leave it unfinished. Things don't finish. You just move on, reprioritize. It's like that question before, does the past ever end or whatever? It's like, not really. You just give yourself permission to refocus.
You find an old photo tucked between the pages of a book you haven't opened in years. You don't remember putting it there. It's you, smiling beside people who aren't in your life anymore. Some drifted away, while some were taken too soon. The picture captures a version of you who didn't know what was coming. You stare at it for a while, wondering if that person would even recognize who you've become. What do you do?
I mean, my first impression is that it's still the same person, just aged, reduced in some ways, maybe. But anything that's good in there can be rebuilt, rebuilt and replaced. So perhaps taking a new photo is the answer. Yeah, not to replace, but to show some continuity, that's the word. Not necessarily hide it away. I mean, I keep my old photos, but it's not really for any sentimental purpose. Honestly, I mean, most of my old photos I keep so I can reference how I looked, aesthetic, so on. See if there's anything to track over time, like any changes to face shape or fullness or bags under the eyes. They're like reference points. So, I don't know. Take a new photo.
You see a missed call from someone you haven't spoken to in a long time. You mean to call back, but you're tired. It's late. You'll do it tomorrow. Tomorrow never comes. A week later, you hear that something happened. Something final. You play the voicemail they left. It's nothing special. Just ordinary words. But you keep replaying it. Not for what they said, but just to hear them say it. What do?
Probably delete it. I don't necessarily feel the need to make a ritual out of it. Doing stuff like that creeps me out anyway, you know? Just delete it.
Dinner's ready. You still set the table for
Dinner.
two, even though you eat alone now. It's just habit, the way the body remembers what the mind tries to forget.
Yeah.
Sometimes, without thinking, you pour an extra drink and glance at the door when you hear footsteps outside. You laugh at yourself, then you stop laughing. Because part of you still hopes you'll look up one day and they'll be sitting there like they never left. What do?
Some of these questions are re-perspectives on the same questions. Find somebody new.
One day, you're offered something impossible. The ability to erase one memory. A clean slate. No trace of pain.
This again.
No scar. No echo. You could finally live without the weight that's followed you. But memories are threads. When one is pulled, the pattern changes. Without that memory, you wonder if you'd still be you. What do?
I think my worst memories are an important part of my identity. Well, it doesn't mean there's bad memories that aren't. Then again, are they really haunting me? I don't know. Not often. Nah, I wouldn't trust someone messing with it. I already got enough memory problems. Yeah. But curiosity. I'm not sure what small memory I would get rid of. So I'll just refuse.
You wake up one morning and realize everyone around you can suddenly hear your thoughts. Not the loud ones, but the quiet ones. The doubts, the questions, the things you never say aloud. At first you try to silence them, but people still react. Soft smiles, frowns, confusion. You see the truth of everyone else, too. Their inner voices echoing faintly in your mind. No one can lie anymore, including you. What do?
Enhance it.
You're told you have 1 hour left to live. as a punishment, just a fact. The world is calm. The sun still rises. The people around you go on, unaware. There's no chaos, no panic, just time. 60 minutes to do anything. You can't stop it, and you can't change it. You can only decide how to spend it. What do you do?
I don't think anything needs to be explained to anyone. There's nothing anybody would act on with any purpose anyway. There's a lack of more active answers here. I don't know that I want to go outside. But it's more interesting than just being, I guess. Ooh, we at the end? What a final question.
One morning, every human wakes up with a new innate ability. You choose what it is, but once chosen, it rewrites human nature. What power do you gift the world?
Everybody. I think one of the other games asked me this too. To feel hidden emotion. To know when someone's lying. Pause time. Everybody could pause time. What would the consequence of that be? Always knowing what leads to growth. Giving everybody the ability to lead to growth, though, that doesn't rebalance the scales. You know? That would do weird things. And not a great weird. Always the ability to tell someone what they need to hear. It's like the ability to spread growth. Potentially. The ability to spread the potential for growth. Then again, this one's also potential. People aren't necessarily going to do it. This is almost a bad thing. Most people will just pick the comfort. I don't know. Feels dangerous. Pausing time during overwhelming emotion. Well, I wouldn't get to use it, would I? What would you do with the pause time anyway? Time to think? Yeah, whatever. Removing all lying would be very interesting. That would rebalance the scales of who's in power. Feeling the emotions people are hiding. It's like, does that mean you feel it too, or you're just aware of what they're hiding? The emotion one seems the most interesting. I don't know what I would do with that, though. Are they hiding it from themselves? The ability to tell someone what they need to hear is very limited. Especially if everyone in the world can do it. It's like, Yeah. I mean, we've kind of established with the lying questions already that, lying's not completely black and white. I think you could get a good sense of things from the emotion too. See, there's a question here. Like, someone's lying, but you don't know the lie or the truth per se. With the emotions, you might be able to suss out that they're lying when they're lying and figure out a motivation. Not just, something here is not right. So I like emotion. We're going with that. We're
You're offered
overthinking
a
it, but
key
sure.
that unlocks one hidden truth about reality. You can only choose one, and once seen, it can't be unseen. Which door do you open?
I don't need to know the bigger questions of life. What I was meant to do before the world shaped me. I mean, it's hard to say because it's like I said, I've restored my personality, but the fact that I was shaped has given the purpose. So I got like the motive and the capacity. There's two things coming together like that. There's potential in this, but there's not just any one reason either. It'd be an overcomplicated thing to see. I don't really care what I was meant to do. I mean, I've said in this video already, like, there's a lot of things we could do, and the situation of the world is what we have to filter that through to figure out which one's right in this lifetime. What's timely is probably a better way to say that. This is maybe too personal, but I don't know. It's like it would help with the self exploration to know all the secrets that are directly relevant. But this might help with the kind of work I would want to be doing. I mean, then again, knowing what was lost gives good motivation to try to improve the state of the world. Hmm. Yeah, I guess I would go for that. It seems the least impactful of all the things, but it's something that could have like long-term motivation to it. None of the other ones are going to motivate. Some of them might demotivate. You don't know what answer you're going to get. And this one, it wouldn't necessarily demotivate, but be hard to apply. I don't know. Maybe that is more useful because I like understanding people. Yeah, I can figure this one out on my own. This one's more of a secret, and I don't see any risk to it.
A storm is coming, not of weather, but of change. You can protect one part of the human experience from being altered forever. The rest may be swept away. What do you preserve?
Oh. Laughter and storytelling are both good for bonding people. Falling in love for the first time, bond two people. Couldn't scale up. Losing fiction would be terrible. I think the laughter, though, is more important. Because again, that'll keep people together better than stories. It's more universal. Yeah.
Humanity
Joker
is given
world's
a
great.
reset, but only one foundational emotion can remain fully intact. All others will become shadows of their former selves.
Ooh.
Which emotion survives untouched?
Interesting questions. Again, if we go back to ability to bond, curiosity will go a long way. Is it the best one, though? Empathy won't necessarily help people bond with each other. Grief definitely has importance. Can't undersell grief. It might be useful in this situation. Joy on its own would be a nightmare. There may not be wisdom in grief like pain, but there might be motivation in action. I don't know about wonder. Wonder is pretty motivating. Thing is, I don't know. I feel like it's an emotion that's rarely triggered. So the situation where that's the only one left, there might just be a lot of not feeling anything with the occasional bit of wonder. It's not a sustainable emotion. But it might be the one that peaks the highest. Which makes it feel rather important. I don't know how you can only have empathy. Like, the only emotion you have is to feel other people feeling your emotion that you don't have. Like, what? Overthinking the answer, but it doesn't make much sense if you think about it like that. I think wonder. Curiosity, I love it, but.
You wake up one morning with the ability to change one fundamental thing about the world, instantly and permanently. You don't know how it will unfold, but you know it will ripple across all of humanity. Which do you choose?
Not creativity. Just making things fair isn't going to solve much. Not on its own. awakening to full potential, though, knowing people, like everyone knowing their place, that'd make it really hard for people to be manipulated. You'd need overt coercion. You wouldn't be able to trick people, which would do a lot to result in equality and a bunch of other things. Because if everyone knows their full potential, you're not going to be able to, like, undersell people or exploit them in a lot of the same ways. I like that answer. It's the one that can most achieve the other ones. I mean, if everyone understands each other completely, though, you could tell each other potential, but... Well, that is the thing, though. Without judgment, though. Sometimes judgment is required. I'll say full potential. You know, cause this one, like, people understand each other, but not everyone will be telling the truth. You still end up with a confused situation. However, would this get me health care? Oh. Dun, dun. Either of these would get me health care. But am I playing the psychology game at that point, or no? I try to keep my psychology isolated from my medical situation. That might be a mistake. I mean, the whole reason I'm trying to fix all my psychology stuff is to be a better advocate for myself. I mean, I come up with long-term goals, but I know where the priority really should be. It is there. I mean, if schools and everything became efficient, they would help. Well, not necessarily. Sometimes the government and the school might want something. There's just not enough people. Hmm. Yeah, go for that. Now we're at the end.
You have reached the quiet center of your own design. Every question, every hesitation, every whisper of curiosity has been a
No.
brushstroke in the portrait of who
It
you
was
are.
paying attention to how long
You
I
did
took
not
to
simply
answer.
answer questions. You built a mirror. And now, that mirror will answer you in return. 5 cards wait before you. Not random, not fate alone, but reflections shaped by your choices. Each card holds a truth you have already spoken, though perhaps you did not notice when you said it. You are someone who seeks to understand rather than escape. You have looked at yourself honestly, without armor, and still chosen to continue. You carry the rare courage of self-inquiry, the kind that doesn't roar, but hums.
Yeah, now you're
beneath
talking
the
me up.
ribs. You do not wish to be told who
Positive
you are.
affirmations,
You wish to
no.
recognize yourself when you hear it said aloud. That is the mark of the awakened mind, one that knows growth isn't found in answers, but in the asking. Be gentle with what you uncover. The truth, even when kind, can cut deep. You may feel the urge to overanalyze, to categorize, to make sense of what was only meant to be felt. Do not let the wisdom you've earned turn into weight you must carry everywhere. Let the cards speak, Do not try to control what rises in you as they unfold. Some will comfort you. Some will challenge you. All of them are you. The past you've outgrown, the present you're standing in, and the future you're brave enough to meet. Remember, revelation is not about prediction. It is recognition. Take a slow breath. Listen not for judgment, but for alignment. As each card is revealed, let it resonate where it fits and release where it does not. Your subconscious has already built this reading through your choices. I am simply here to translate it back to you. Together, we will draw 5 truths. 1 for your past, 1 for your present, 1 for your heart, 1 for your path ahead, and 1 for the light that never leaves you. The work is already done. All that remains is to witness it. You have not come to learn who you are. You have come to remember. Let us begin your reading now.
Yeah, they seem to be aligned with my way of thinking about certain things.
Your first card is the tuner. You carry a rare instrument inside of you. It hears what people hide from themselves, and it hears you too if you let it. You read a room with your skin before your mind has words. Micro pauses, softened vowels, the half-breath before a smile. You catch them all. When someone's surface says fine, and their shoulders say otherwise, your body leans forward without permission. You have spent years building small adjustments that lower strain for others. A slower cadence, a question that releases pressure. Space held just long enough for truth to arrive without shame. This is not magic. It is attention paid in full. Underneath, there is a cost you seldom invoice. You have trained yourself to carry tension that was never yours, then to call that generosity. You often confuse relief with love. You may even think that if you stop smoothing the air, people will leave. The truth is simpler. Your care works best when you include yourself in the circle. If you keep pre-feeling everyone's weather, you will forget your own climate. Your body will speak in headaches and cancellations. Resentment will try to do the talking you refuse to do. Let your care be measurable. Give it edges that can be described and protected. Boundaries are not fences around kindness. They are channels that let kindness flow without leakage. Say what you notice, not what you assume. For example, I see your jaw is tight and your voice is quiet. Do you want support or space? Put your needs in the room before you start adjusting the lighting for others. One sentence is enough. Here is what I can offer. Here is what I cannot. Practice recovery like skill training. 10 minutes of stillness after hard conversations. One trusted person who can reflect you back without asking you to perform calm. Your sensitivity is not a burden to hide or a trick to impress. It is clarity, turn it toward yourself with the same devotion you give others, your life stops being weathered by every storm and starts becoming a safe harbor that you choose to open.
I wonder what the alternative cards were. I mean, it was the past-related one, right? In that case, it would be correct.
Your second card is the Unknotter. You want to understand hurt so you can interrupt it. You believe cycles can be repaired when their pattern is seen clearly. You have watched people do harm they did not intend, and you refuse to stop at condemnation. You asked the harder questions. What pressure was in the room? What fear was driving the hand? What lesson from long ago was replaying itself? You are not excusing damage. You are tracing its wiring so it can be disarmed. This tells me that repair matters to you more than triumph. You would rather close a loop than win an argument. You know that shame freezes people and that precision moves them. When you speak about conflict, you name behavior, context, impact, and choice. You leave space for agency without erasing accountability. People can breathe around you because you hold the possibility that humans are learnable. Underneath this, there is a personal vow. You do not want to pass your pain forward. You want to be the person where a pattern stops, even if no one claps for it. That is quiet, difficult work. It is also the work that changes families and teams and friendships over time. If you study harm more than you protect yourself from it, you will confuse understanding with safety. You may stay too long in rooms that prove your compassion while draining your life. Overfunctioning can become your way to avoid your own grief and anger. Let your empathy be paired with structure. Offer repair when there is willingness and capacity. Withdraw when there is not. You are responsible for the invitation, not the acceptance. Name the pattern in plain language. Describe the loop, the trigger, and the consequence you will not participate in. Set conditions for repair. I am open to continuing if we both agree to this boundary and this check-in. Invest where change is mutual. Track effort over promises and adjust your distance accordingly. Your gift is to make violence less inevitable. When you combine clear sight with clean limits, hurt begins to lose its momentum around you, and people discover that there is another way to live.
It seems alright. The artwork is definitely AI when the guy doesn't have any legs. But alright.
Your third card is the Ember Joke. You protect the laugh that appears in the darkest hallway. You know that humor is not escape, it is oxygen. You have learned that a good laugh does not deny pain. It widens the room so pain is not the only furniture. You can find the angle that lets light in, even when the window seems painted shut. People feel their shoulders drop around you. They remember how to breathe. Your choices tell me that you have practice with hard weather. You learn to keep a small flame alive when the firewood was wet. A line, a look, a raised eyebrow that says, "We are still here." You honor the part of the human story that survives by grinning back at the teeth. Your humor is not cruel. It does not aim downward. It aims for relief, for connection, for the tiny click that turns despair into endurance. Underneath all of this is a quiet devotion. You want joy to be allowed, even when life argues against it. You want people to know that feeling better for 1 minute is not betrayal. It is skill. If every heavy moment must be lifted by wit, you will start using humor as armor. You may begin to joke to avoid being seen. The laugh will still come, but afterward, you will feel lonelier. Let your laughter sit beside truth, not in front of it. Name what hurts, and then bring the line that lets breath in. Humor becomes medicine when it follows honesty. Offer levity as an invitation. Say the gentle joke and watch for relief before going further. Keep one friend who knows when to tap your shoulder and say, "This needs quiet, not clever." Create small rituals of joy you do on purpose. A song in the kitchen, a shared story at the end of hard days. Your gift keeps the room human. When you pair clear naming with a well-placed smile, you give people back their air, and the hour that felt impossible becomes one we can walk through together.
I think it's 3 for 3 so far. Again, we do need to see what the alternative cards were. If every choice is relatable, then it was always going to get it right, you know.
Your fourth card is the open sky. You keep a window in yourself that points toward awe. You remember how to be amazed, and you let that memory steer you in the right direction. You have learned that attention is a kind of prayer, whether or not you use that word. When you look closely, ordinary things reveal their architecture, the way light finds edges, the way a pattern repeats until it feels like music. You protect this capacity because it keeps your heart supple. You do not need spectacle to feel alive. A leaf in a puddle can be enough if you are fully there to receive it. This tells me you refuse the gray flattening that comes with hurry. You slow down on purpose so that delight can catch up. You are at your best when you are learning, when you are seeing with beginner eyes, when you are letting a question rearrange your view. People feel invited into the moment around you. They remember there is more available to them than deadlines and noise. Underneath is a quiet pledge. You want to age into someone whose eyes stay bright, whose curiosity does not turn brittle, whose praise for the small never runs out. Inheld wonder can drift into distraction. If you chase only the feeling of amazement, you may skip the work that gives it roots. You can also avoid hard truths by floating above them in permanent fascination.
Well, that line cuts deep.
Let your sense of wonder lead you to inquiry, then to care. Ask why, learn how, and decide what this new vision asks you to do next. Awe becomes durable when it results in attention that serves. Set a daily practice of noticing. Name 3 beautiful or surprising details out loud. Then write 1 line about what they suggest. Pair delight with effort.
Effort.
When something moves you, give it 1 hour of learning or service. Design pauses into your schedule. Short walks, open windows, a rule that phones sleep outside at dinner. Allow space where wonder can reach you. Your gift keeps the world vivid. When you honor amazement and then turn it into steady care, your life shines without noise, and the people near you remember how to look up.
Yeah, sounds right. I'm just all over the place, amazed, and don't have the emotions to bind the topics, per se.
Your 5th and final card is the wakeful self. You choose a world where every person hears the clear bell of their purpose and steps toward it. You want that bell for yourself too, and you are brave enough to answer it. You believe people are kinder when they are aligned. You have seen how frustration softens the moment someone knows what they are for. Work stops feeling like punishment. Days begin to carry direction. You want that relief everywhere you look. You want streets filled with people doing what fits their hands, speaking in voices that sound like home. Your choices reveal something beautiful about you. You do not want to win alone. You want to live in a world of lit rooms. You carry the generous hope that your own rising gives others permission to rise too. You imagine teachers who glow while teaching, healers who are steady and rested, builders who sing while building, and artists whose courage spills into ordinary places. You see yourself among them, not above them. Beneath all of this is a tender promise you make to your younger self. You will not keep waiting for someone to hand you the page where your life begins. You will write it gently, one honest line at a time. You will give your gifts without apology, and let your joy be proof that you are on the right road. Purpose can turn into pressure if you treat it like a perfect map. If every hour must be radiant, you will miss the humble work that quietly holds your future together. Let purpose be a lighthouse, not a leash. Aim yourself by its beam and allow real weather. Celebrate progress that is small and true. Your calling will meet you again tomorrow if you keep moving in its direction. Name 3 things that make you feel vividly useful. Give each one 10 minutes this week and protect those minutes like gold. Keep a circle of witnesses who remember your best self, and say it out loud when you forget. Return what you learn. Teach one step to someone who is ready, and thank the people who taught you yours. You are not behind. You are beginning again, on purpose. The way you light up when you do what you are made for is not a private glow. It is a signal fire. People who love you can see it. Strangers can feel it and stand a little taller. Keep going. The world is better with your lights on. And you are exactly the kind of person who helps the rest of us find the switch.
Yeah, that felt correct. They're going to tell us all in one screen what the 5 cards were, because there is something with this game series where you want to record the results.
Seeing yourself in ways most people never dare to. You've wandered through shadows and sunlight, through memory and choice, and you have emerged carrying proof, not of perfection, but of presence. The cards didn't give you anything new this day. They only reminded you of what was already waiting beneath the noise. The part of you that listens, the part that learns, the part that refuses to give up on becoming. You are not lost. You are unfolding. You are not behind. You are exactly where you're supposed to be. And if you ever forget the way forward, listen for the quiet truth that's been with you all along. The one that says, you are not too late to be who you needed before. The future is already holding out its hand to you. Go meet it, gently, curiously, bravely. Let what you've discovered here follow you home. And when you wake tomorrow, carry the peace of knowing this. You are real. You are needed. You are seen. And you have always, always been enough.
Is that the end? Do I get a little tangent here before I end the series? Or the video? Yeah. So, the final answer mostly just affirmed everything I've said throughout the video and been working on my own. The questions did expose some blind spots, though. Well, and recall my attention to some I already knew about. The big question I have, is peace an emotion? What is peace? Like, I know war and peace, but on an individual level, I don't know what it is. So I don't know if I value it or not. Love, yeah, that's a blind spot. I've had a couple experiences with it. Been a long time, but I don't trust my memory on it. I don't know. Gotta reflect on that. I know there was another blind spot, but it's already gone out of my mind. It's like maybe I should have been writing things down as I was going, but I mean, the whole truth and lie thing. For the longest time, I had an ego thing that, I never lie, not a single lie ever. And, that was just built on the fact that I got an inappropriate level of punishment for lying. Like I was told pretty early on that once someone catches you lying, there's no way to ever regain the trust, no matter how many truths you tell. It's too late. So, yeah, I mean, obviously, the way I live and my view of the world is more nuanced than that. But I hadn't quite been exposed to the topic to acknowledge that. So this one didn't have the message that most of these have, that, oh, make sure you record your results because there's a big game coming out in the future that you want to put all of your results from all of our other games in to get a personalized playthrough. Yeah, secret words or whatever. I don't think the cards here are necessarily relevant to that. I don't guarantee that'll ever come out. Like, this company, they named themselves Random for a reason. They have quite a few series where there's an episode 1, a couple there's an episode 2, and nothing that has an episode 3. So, you know how artists are. They work on whatever inspires them in the moment. Can't be counting on sequels. Fortunately, there's not too many of their games that require having sequels, so I think they figured that out pretty fast. Make standalone experiences so you don't create expectations you may or may not be motivated to meet later. Alright. Already fucking 5 hours in. Let me just skim through the very short form and see how many other cards there are and if I got any overlaps. There's not too many people going on here. So they've listed all of the possible cards. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Oh, you could probably see this. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 25. Yeah, you can see this. Usually I don't have the OBS set up for that. That's cool. This guy got the same first card, all different other cards. 2 ties here. Tie there. Some of those cards I feel like were influenced by just like a single question. Like level ground would be the equality option. I picked the potential one. I got no overlap with you. I'm kind of just curious if someone who I match one card with, if I'm more likely to match multiples or not. No overlap here. And none there. We got one overlap with you. Interesting. Not getting the long walk is interesting. because I've told you about that fantasy I had, it's practically just an endless long walk on the Arctic. There is a purpose, but I don't know. Just by name, is there any of them that I feel that I should have gotten? I don't know what deep water, clear eye, spark, keyed voice, maybe. Long walk, loom of play. Huh. Maker of meaning. I guess I don't really make meaning, I just probe to understand things. Transfer meaning. Mirror Town. Sounds interesting. Huh. What? I have no idea what that guy's going on about. I'm tired. Let's end the episode. Goodbye. Thanks for sticking with it. Way too long.